Thank you for your patience. We're about to begin. Can we stand for a word of prayer? I'd like to invite Mrs. Gloria Joseph to open us in prayer.
Good evening. Shall we pray, please? God our Father, we want to thank you for this great opportunity that you have given us to be here tonight. We thank you, God, that you've brought us to a place where we can consult, where we can discuss, where we can look insightfully into the matter of electoral reform. We thank you for the residents of the North and the West who are gathered here tonight. We ask that you would guide all our deliberations and discussions. Let all thoughts contend, and let us think discreetly. Let everything be done decently and in order for your honor and for your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, I almost had to. Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, honorable members of Cabinet, Honorable Levi Peter, Attorney General, our observers, Justice Amrafael Masaga of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Ms. Mellin Glean of the OAS, Mr. Dwight Lay of the OECS, permanent secretaries, Dr. Kenneth Daru, Special Envoy in the Office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for electoral modernization, chairpersons and representatives of various village councils, residents from the western and northern communities, the media, all other invited guests, those of you listening to us live, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to another consultation on electoral reform and electoral modernization in Dominica. As you are already aware, the government of Dominica engaged Sir Dennis Byron to conduct a review of the electoral system in Dominica. He has since presented his final report along with draft legislation, including the draft Registration of Electors Bill, the draft House of Assembly Elections Bill, the draft House of Assembly Electors Regulations, the draft House of Assembly Electoral Commission Bill, and the draft House of Assembly Election Petition Rules. Over the last week, we held successful consultations with various stakeholder groups, including the legal fraternity, members of political parties, professionals in academia, and last evening we consulted with a large contingent of various organizations, including the churches, media, NGOs, youth-based groups, and other associations. These organizations and individuals have over the last week provided opinions, feedback, and recommendations on various aspects of the Sir Dennis Byron report. Tonight, we are here in Portsmouth, in PCAD Portsmouth, specifically, at the American Canadian School of Medicine, to hear from you, the members of the public in the North and the West, on your views regarding electoral reform in Dominica. The Attorney General will present an overview of the Sir Dennis Byron report and the draft legislation, following which we'll open the floor for your comments, and we really look forward to hearing from you, the members of the public here this evening. At this time, I would like to welcome the Honorable Levi Peter to present an overview of the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, members of Cabinet, Cabinet Secretary Ms. Karen Prevost, Justice Masaga, representative of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Ms. Glynn, representative of the Organization of American States, Mr. Dwight Lay, representative of the OECS, Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, all of whom are members of the Observer Group in Dominica to observe this consultation process. As we know, for a number of years now, we have been seeking to effect change to our electoral system. You can call it electoral reform, or you can call it electoral modernization. What it is a process of seeking to change the existing electoral framework so as to ensure that so far as it is possible, we accommodate the reasonable wishes of every person in Dominica. You will note that I said reasonable, because it means that some wishes may not be reasonable. One of the issues that has been discussed at some length in Dominica in relation to electoral reform is the whole issue of who is responsible and who should initiate a process such as what is going on now. That is to say, the consultation process in relation to electoral reform. And there are many, or maybe I should not say many, but certainly there are some, and they have done it during the course of these consultations, who say that the government and the Prime Minister, by extension, should have no part to play in the initiation of electoral reform mechanisms and, for example, the consultation. Some say it should be the President. Others say it should be the Electoral Commission. Yet others say that it should be the Electoral Office. The short answer to those who question whether the government has the authority to do what it is doing is that the government does have that authority. And how do I know that? I know that because the Constitution says so, and the Constitution is our guide on these matters. Section 18 of the Constitution, and Section 49 of the Constitution, and Section 51 of the Constitution, those three sections of the Constitution refer to the President and the role that he has in relation to matters that concern electoral reform and electoral laws. Section 18 states as follows, insofar as relevant to what we are discussing. At subsection 2 it says, the President shall have such functions as are prescribed by this Constitution and such additional functions, if any, as may be prescribed by Parliament. Section 49, so far as it's relevant to the discussion, states that the power of Parliament, that's at subsection 1, to make laws shall be exercised by bills passed by the House and assented to by the President. At subsection 2 states, when a bill is submitted to the President for assent, he shall signify he assents. And at subsection 3 it says, when the President assents to a bill that has been submitted to him, the bill shall become law, and the President shall thereupon cause it to be published in the official gazette as law. So, Section 18 is clear as to what the functions of the President are. And those functions are, as it states, as prescribed in the Constitution. And one of those functions is at Section 49, which I just read, and which provides that the President, A, has a function of assenting to the laws. That is to say, when Parliament goes and debates and passes the law, the President then has the responsibility to enact that. And the President doesn't have a choice, because the Constitution says he shall. So that's one of his functions. A second function, as I just read, is that when the bill is submitted and he signifies his assent. And thirdly, the President assents to, when he assents to a bill that has been submitted to him. So the bill has to be submitted to the President. So the President doesn't have any authority himself to initiate or indeed to present a bill. It is another authority, in this instance the government, that has to prepare the bill and pass it to the President so that he would assent to it. Of course, the bill will, before it gets to the stage in terms of electoral law, as I'll point out in a moment, when it's electoral law, it has to go firstly through the commission before it can be assented. But I will address that in a moment. So that's the situation in relation to the president. In relation to the Electoral Commission and the Chief Elections Officer, they similarly have limited roles, and those roles are spelled out also in the Constitution. Section 38 of the Constitution states, at subsection 1, that the Electoral Commission shall be responsible for A, registration of voters for the purpose of electing representatives, and B, the conduct of elections of representatives and senators, and shall have such powers and other functions relating to such registration and elections as may be prescribed by law. So that's the limited functions of the Electoral Commission. Section 51 of the Constitution establishes further the role of the Electoral Commission, specifically in relation to draft legislation, and I suppose you would say this entire electoral reform process. So the Commission is limited to commenting on the draft legislation that's provided to it, and the sole purpose of that referral is for the Commission to consider and comment. Section 51 should be on the screen, and it reads, every proposed bill and every proposed regulation or other instrument having the force of law relating to the registration of electors for the purpose of electing representatives or to the election of representatives and senators shall be referred to the Electoral Commission and to the Chief Elections Officer at such time as shall give them sufficient opportunity to make comments thereon before the bill is introduced in the House, or as the case may be, the regulation or other instrument. So you can see from Section 51, and I've highlighted some words in some sections, that the role of the Electoral Commission, insofar as the exercise of electoral reform and the legislation that would underpin it, is limited to receiving draft legislation in respect to electoral provisions, and thereafter making any comments that they wish to make to the government on those drafts. And of course, it's up to the government thereafter if it accepts or goes back for clarification, or indeed does not accept any comments of the Commission. And you will note there the penultimate two lines that are underlined on the slide, which was on the screen. I don't know if it still is, but what is required of the government is to ensure that the Commission is given sufficient time to be able to make comments before the bill is tabled before the House. Electoral reform falls under the ultimate governance of the government. Section 41 establishes that the Constitution, subject to the Constitution, Parliament may make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Dominica. The Cabinet is in turn required to advise the President in government, and the Cabinet is responsible to Parliament for the advice that it gives to the President. So you see the connections. The connections are that the Cabinet, stroke government, initiates the process. It is required to pass any draft legislation that it comes up with to the President for onward transmission to the Electoral Commission and the Chief Elections Officer for their consideration, review, and comments. Thereafter, they return the comments that they have on any draft legislation in relation to electoral reform or electoral laws, and the government thereafter takes the bill to Parliament. Parliament debates the bill, and the Parliament will either approve or pass the bill or not, as the case may be. That is the practical sequence of events in relation to electoral reform. Another issue that is of significance in the discussion is the issue of residence. There's been there are various views that have been raised during the process of the Constitution. You might have heard, if you've been listening or if you've attended any, you might have heard talk of residence being a requirement. You may have heard talk about absence from Dominica, and you may have heard much less about the right to vote. But those are all significant factors in relation to our electoral process and our electoral system. Just to try to briefly deal with the existing position in relation to absence from Dominica, because I think that is emerging as a major discussion point, and I think it's of use to try to bring, hopefully, some clarity. Section 7C of the existing laws of Dominica, that is the Registration of Electors Act, which is found at Chapter 203 of the laws of Dominica. Section 7 basically says that if a Dominican, or let me rephrase it, if a person who is registered to vote spends more than 5 years out of Dominica, he or she is liable to have their name removed from the register of electors. So Dennis Byron, in his report and in the draft legislation he has proposed at clause 26.1, proposes that that provision should be amended, should be changed. And rather than simply saying that, if you will, a person who is registered should be in Dominica at least once in the 5-year period, so Dennis is proposing that a person would have to be in Dominica for at least 90 days, either continuously or by aggregate, or as an alternative, he suggests 50 days in that 5-year period to be able to be entitled to remain on the register. Of course, that's one of the issues that will have to be debated and discussed. But there's another view that is emerging, which is that there should be no limit on the time that a person who is registered should be permitted to remain on the register. In other words, what some people say is, if person X is registered as a voter, so they've gone through the process of registration, they're qualified to register, they've registered, they're duly, properly, and legally registered, and they leave Dominica, and they happen to spend more than 5 years out of Dominica before returning. A third version, a view which has emerged, is that such a person should not have their name removed from the register. That, of course, is one of the things that people will have to make their own comments and observations on, and it will be determined in due course how that matter is addressed. Now, in relation to that, there's an interesting Canadian case that is interesting and significant for the primary reason that Canada had exactly the same provision that I just referred to, in other words, Section 7C. So in Canada, until this Canadian case that I'm going to tell you a little about in a moment, they had the same law, and it provided that if a Canadian citizen had spent more than 5 years out of Canada, they would not be able to vote, unless, of course, they went through the whole re-registration process. The Canadian Supreme Court, in a case called Gillian Frank and Jamie DeYoung against the Attorney General of Canada and others, it's 2019 SCC 1, allowed an appeal against the decision of the Court of Appeal in Canada, which had confirmed that 5-year rule. And the Supreme Court held that that 5-year rule was unconstitutional and that there should not be any limit on the time which a person who is registered, in that case a Canadian person who was registered, there should not be any limit on the time that they were permitted to remain out of Canada and continue to be entitled to vote. I will tell you in a moment that of some local cases that are not exactly the same, but you may have a relevance to that. And in coming to that conclusion, the Canadian court, the Supreme Court, held that many non-resident citizens maintain deep and abiding connections to the country through family, through visits, through paying taxes. For example, people who have properties and so on and have to pay property taxes and other taxes that they may pay. The court also held that the benefits of the impugned legislation are illusory. That is to say, the court acknowledged that there are arguments that might lead to supporting the view that people should be removed, but the court held that those were illusory, according to the court anyway, and speculative. And the court went on to say that the disenfranchisement of long-term non-resident citizens not only denies a fundamental democratic right, but also comes at the expense of their self-worth and their dignity. From the Dominica perspective, we have Section 33, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which deals with the right of a citizen, and the Constitution actually refers to a Commonwealth citizen, to A, be registered, and B, to vote. Now, Section 2A hopefully is on the screen, and probably doesn't require me to read it. Or maybe I should. Every Commonwealth citizen of the age of 18 years or upwards who possesses such qualifications relating to residence or domicile in Dominica as Parliament may prescribe, shall, unless he is disqualified by Parliament from registration as a voter for the purpose of electing representatives, be entitled to be registered as such a voter, etc. Now, at B, which is similar but different, the Constitution provides as follows. Every person who is registered, so that's someone who's already registered, as aforesaid, in any constituency, shall, unless he is disqualified by Parliament from voting in that constituency in any election of representatives, be entitled so to vote in accordance with the provisions of any law in that behalf. So the Constitution gives a right, provided you meet certain criteria, to every person who meets that criteria to A, be able to be registered, and B, to be able to vote. Now, in terms of the issue of right to vote, in our area, that's to say in the Caribbean, and indeed quite local to us, an OECS case of Russell and the Attorney General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a 1995 case. The Court of Appeal held that the constitutional right conferred by Section 27, and Section 27 is virtually in identical terms to our Section 33, 2B, is twofold. That's the right to vote. The first is the basic right to be registered as a voter in the appropriate constituency. That right, the court held, is granted to every citizen who is entitled to the basic right. And that concomitant right is a right to vote in accordance with the provisions of any law in that behalf. And the court concluded, this means that although the manner of voting is statutory or customary, the right to vote is inherently constitutional. And the second case from our jurisdiction, a St. Kitts case, Joseph Parry and Mark Brantley. In that case, the court held that the constitutional right of enfranchisement is not in doubt. In Russell and the Attorney General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this court underscored and explained the nature of the rights guaranteed by an almost identical provision in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Constitution. The court went on to say as follows: in applying the law and the regulations, preference must be given to recognition of the right to vote, and the legislation must be construed in a manner which promotes enfranchisement and guards against disenfranchisement. So the court is identifying that there is a right, a constitutional right, to vote in our jurisdiction. But secondly, and importantly, I suggest that in balancing, in the scale of balancing the interests, disenfranchisement must be protected against. I think it's important to make that point as a preamble because much of the discussion so far is on what people believe. I believe this should be so. I don't like that. That's fine. But at the end of the day, that has to be put forward as one's view and not as the law. And in some instances, I have been at some of these consultations where people's views are being put across as if those views are the law. And I think when you're dealing with something as important as this, we let the Constitution speak for itself and the case law speak for itself. Set it out, you can read it, and you can get copies yourself and determine what is the appropriate conclusion to arrive at. But I think we should do that on the basis of proper information. Now, Sir Dennis's report is in two phases, and I'm going to very quickly indicate some of the factors that you may consider of significance. Phase one of the report, Sir Dennis describes as primarily addressing cleansing of the list. It seeks to do that through two pieces of legislation. The Registration of Electors Act 2023, which is intended to replace the existing Registration of Electors Act, and the Registration of Electors Regulations, which is intended to support the Act and also replace the existing regulations. In relation to phase two, Sir Dennis indicated that that's really dealing with institutional matters. He described those as primarily under two heads. One, the electoral process, which he cited access to the media and campaign financing as the two areas of significance under there. There are some others, but those are the two I suggest that are of most significance. You may have a different view. If so, please abide by your view. And the second is the Electoral Commission, which he proposes that there should be an alteration in the composition. He proposes that there should be greater financial autonomy and greater staffing autonomy and other factors that he suggests. And he proposes a number of pieces of legislation, four to be precise, in relation to that. The most significant for the purposes of most of the consultations so far is the House of Assembly Elections Act 2023, and perhaps to a lesser degree, the Electoral Commission Bill 2023. The proposed new Registration of Electors Act is really, as I've indicated, similar to the existing Act, and the most significant parts are Part 3 and Part 5, which give effect to what I suggested the main recommendations out of Sir Dennis's Phase 1 report, and those are identification cards, residency, registration, investigation, and the confirmation process. Residency I have largely addressed in what I said in the earlier references that I made to absence from Dominica, residence, and so forth. So I shall not trouble you with those. And so if the slide can probably jump to identification cards, that might be helpful. Identification cards, Sir Dennis proposes national identification cards. If any of you have been listening, which I suspect you all have, there is a school of thought that they should be termed voter identification cards. Without expressing a view one way or another, I would suggest that even if you call the cards Christmas cards, they are what they are. The cards are cards for the purposes of voting. And therefore, I'm not sure that what you call them is really going to change what day of the week it is. But you know, that may be an issue that could be quite easily resolved. And so Dennis deals with identification cards at Clause 11 of his proposed Registration of Electors Bill or Act. The issue of investigations I am not going to address for the purpose of time, other than to say that so Dennis proposes that Clause 27 of the Registration of Electors Act 2023, the draft, that a number of public officers should be required to provide information to the Chief Elections Officer or Chief Registering Officer. One of those is the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so Dennis proposes that the the Permanent Secretary should provide details and information consisting of report of the name of every person who is in service overseas, of every such person who is registered as an elector or is eligible to be, and B, every person under the ministry's remit who is no longer in overseas service. Now that would raise questions, for example, I suggest, as to whether the permanent secretary would necessarily know who is eligible for certainty or not, because, for example, somebody may appear to be, but may not. But those are issues that will have to be considered. The other issue that I thought was of some interest is that Sir Dennis proposes that the chairman of the Mental Health Review Board would be required to submit the names, or basic information, regarding each person who has been certified as having a mental disorder as defined under the Mental Health Act. Things like name, street address, date of birth, and occupation. There has been some discussion of that in an earlier consultation. Clearly, there are issues there, one may feel. Privacy, what is a mental disorder, and so forth and so on. But those are issues that, no doubt, as the consultation continues, different people may choose to express views which may help to elucidate on the wisdom or otherwise of proposing with such a proposal. And finally, in relation to phase 1, confirmation. Confirmation is at part 5, and it's clauses 50 to 56. And confirmation really, in simple terms, provides for, it's intended to declare a period during which the confirmation shall take place. And confirmation relates to people who are already registered. I've noticed that there seems to be some element of confusion in some quarters. Confirmation is not registration. So confirmation relates to people who are already on the register of electors, so you've already gone through the registration process. And what confirmation would seek to do, if it were to become reality, is to confirm, as the name suggests, that you are registered and that you should continue to be registered. And the proposed legislation sets out the process up for that. So in addition to the Electoral Commission being empowered by those provisions to declare a period during which confirmation must take place and to facilitate confirmation of registration of persons and such like, an important factor is that that confirmation period must be declared according to the proposed legislation, not later than 30 days after the Registration of Electors Act was to become law. Secondly, the confirmation period to be declared should be, according to the proposed legislation, no less than 6 months and no more than 9 months. That is to say, if initially it was proposed by the Commission that it should be 6 months, they have the authority to extend it up to a maximum of 3 months, so that you got to a maximum of 9 months in total for confirmation. That is a proposal of Sir Dennis in relation to confirmation. In relation to the phase 2 report, the significant factors of that report, I suggest, are access to the media, which is at part 3, clause 50, use of electric voting systems that are proposed by Sir Dennis at part 4, campaign financing is at part 5, and maybe of lesser significance, election petitions at part 7. Access to the media, the significant factor is that the proposal that Sir Dennis makes is that all political parties and candidates should have access to the media, but that is state media. So Sir Dennis makes the distinction between state media and private media. So that is to say, it would not apply to private media houses or entities. That again is a point of discussion. Different people have different views, but that's an interesting factor, and that's partly or largely why these consultations are taking place, so that people can express their views one way or the other. Electronic voting systems, as the name implies, his proposal is that the electoral system should move towards becoming electronic virtually entirely. But he takes the view that that is not something which could happen immediately. Now, that may or may not be the case. Again, that's something that will be no doubt form part of the discussion and considerations. But he certainly is of the view that that is an aspiration that we should move towards. And various reasons being that, obviously, it would, according to him, make it easier to manage the system. Campaign financing, at Part 5, clauses 54 to 75, deal with limits on the total amount that a political party can raise for the purposes of an election. It deals with limits on the individual contributions that can be made. It deals with limits on where the contributions can come from. For example, it prohibits receipt of contributions from abroad, well, foreign contributions. And it provides that circumstances in which contributions are to be returned and consequences if they are not, and also for forfeiture and record keeping. It also provides for limits in relation to campaign expenditure, and it also provides for the parties and individuals, that's individual candidates who, independent candidates, for example, to be required to provide reports and audited returns. And it provides authority for the Electoral Commission to publish those reports if it so chooses. It also provides for criminal offenses and penalties. Clause 57, free, for example, proposes a maximum fine of $6,000 or 12 months imprisonment, and that goes up to $10,000 or 12 months imprisonment for a Clause 70 offense. And finally, in relation to the Electoral Commission, as indicated already, Sir Dennis proposes that an Electoral Commission Act should be enacted to govern the operation and functioning of the Commission by statutory provision, and provides for financial autonomy, staffing, and so on. I thank you very much for listening. I now will listen to you as you make your contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Attorney General for this overview. So at this point, we are going to open the floor to you to hear your views. But just to guide the discussion, I just want to highlight some of the key issues that the Attorney General has raised that we may want to consider in our discussion. And some of these include voter ID cards or national ID cards. With regard to the cleansing of the voters list, how do we view confirmation of voters versus re-registration of voters? I hope you understand the difference that the Attorney General alluded to. Do we agree that a person must spend at least 50 days or 90 days or no days at all to remain on the register of electors? Do we believe that there should be restrictions on campaign financing? Should political parties have unrestricted access to the media, state-owned media? Should that be extended to private media? There are a number of other areas that you may wish to consider, but at this time we would like to open the floor out to you. You raise your hand and we will acknowledge you. You can come to the front, or a microphone can be brought to you where you are seated. Let's remember to respect each other's views and to have an honest discussion. Thank you. Go ahead. Can you please state your name and then...
Well, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Theodore Remy, and I'm from the village of Thibault. Before I ask my question, I would like to make a few little comments. For instance, my brother lives in Guadeloupe. He comes there 3 times a year. That would be for Carnival, Creole Festival, Christmas. He owns a vehicle here. He pays his driver's license, his insurance. And then presently he's building a home here. So that is why, in that case, I would say, once someone is registered to vote, that person should only be removed from the voters list if that person is dead. So he's contributing towards the development of the country. So that is why I believe it's only when that person is dead, that person should be removed from the voters list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Remy. There is a young lady on the second row. Yes, can you stand, please?
I support the national ID card. In my opinion, having the voter's ID card is truly a waste of resources. That's a lot of money to be spent on cards that will only be used once in every election.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have 2 hands up in the middle. There's a young lady in black. So can you stand, tell us your name, and after that we'll have Ambassador Nansen.
Good evening, everyone. I am Cynthia Victor Wallace, born, bred, residing in Portsmouth. Welcome to Portsmouth. I have a few points here. I'm happy we are given the opportunity to partake in this forum. My first point is, I'm opposed to any suggestion of denying people who reside overseas from voting. I also oppose the need for fingerprinting of our voters. I believe once someone is registered to vote, that person should only be removed from the list if that person is dead or if the person wants to be removed from the list. I think it's taking a right from us, a privilege from us. Our forefathers fought very hard for us to vote. And if we are registered for voting, I don't think anyone has the right to remove that from us. Campaign finance legislation makes no sense for Dominica. I don't agree that the Treasury should give any political party or any candidate money for elections. If you make your party, you want to do that thing, this is your choice. Figure out how you get in your money to run your campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wallace. Your points were very clearly articulated. And just to remind you, we are noting all of your comments. We have a transcriber and the proceedings are being recorded. So this is to ensure, yes, sure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much for inviting us here. I think we out in the North have been very keen on elections for a long time. I mean, I am not that old, but I recall some 43 years ago, a young Titus Francis, the President of National Youth Council, gave us a drive. And we were all interested in politics back then, long time, you know, and we stood up, we fought through so many things to get through our elections. And after 1980, we really and truly stayed in opposition for some 20 years. What I believe though, Madam Chair, that every election we have had in Dominica have been free and fair and free from fear. So the question of cheat in our elections is something that we do not identify with. As a matter of fact, Madam Chair, I recall speaking to a candidate one time, not too long ago, about 10 years ago. And that candidate told me, you see this guy who just passed here? And when I looked at the guy, he was a very ordinary person. Ordinary farmer, with his clothes, with thin, spoke very little. But that candidate told me, this guy, every year I run election, he comes to my home just before election and he gives me the number of votes I'm going to get. And he has been accurate plus or minus 5 on every single occasion. I say that to explain that in Dominica, we know who we are. People talk of voter ID. Even before we come to vote, we know who the people in the villages are going to vote for. Be you in Portsmouth, in Marigot, in Grand Bay, in St. Joseph, we know who the voters are. When we walk into the polling station, they are the people from the Electoral Commission who are working at the station, at the polling station. Every candidate has his or her inside agent, and every candidate has his or her outside agent. So we know the people who are coming through. So to tell me that you have to fingerprint somebody seem to be trying to put in additional hurdles that is seeming to obstruct people going out to express their opinion and their views. Elections are really and truly simply about giving everyone a chance to vote, a chance to say who he or she believes is responsible or should lead the country. And putting in laws to try to scare people from going out to vote, putting in different things, trying to amend the Constitution, to extend it, to prevent people from going out to express their opinion really and truly, is, to me, simply put it, a way of trying to be anti-democratic. Asking the government to put in funds to support political parties who may appear here and disappear there, organize for election campaign to use and utilize money is a waste, really, of limited state resources. Madam Chair, as a Dominican who has fought in the trenches in campaigning, I told you we stayed 20 years in opposition, and winning elections was not about how much money we had, how much money that came in. If you look at Rosie Douglas and the work that he did back in 2000 to get us to win elections, it wasn't about big money. It was about organizing on the ground, meeting the grassroots people in the nook and crannies, in the villages and communities around Dominica. And when Rosie Douglas won the elections, I recall working with him. And a few nights ago, listening to you from my bed at Bonn, I heard people quote Rosie Douglas. And you know what they were saying? They were talking about constituencies in the sky. Madam Chair, Rosie Douglas did mention something like that, you know, something like that. But Rosie Douglas, when he went to the diaspora, he told them, I am here because I know that among you, the Dominicans, in St. Thomas, in New York, in Guadeloupe, in Antigua, in St. Martin, in London, I know that you here are Dominicans. And a lot of you believe even more than a number of people in Dominica your rights as Dominicans. And I want to protect your rights. And as your new Prime Minister, I want to tell you that I will protect your rights as Dominicans to support Dominica, to vote in Dominica, because a lot of you go left, right, and center. You support your families here in Dominica. You send the barrels and you send the goods and you pay the loan and you send your children to school and you send the shoes and the bags and the books, etc. for the people back in Dominica. So what we do and how healthy and successful we are in Dominica is directly related to you. You guide us, you help us, you support us. And you have a right to say what we do and what we should not do. And maybe in the future, we should not even just look at ensuring that you come back to vote, but maybe we could look at other things to have constituencies in the diaspora. But that might be challenging and difficult because how we will put it in, where do you say it is in St. Joseph, sorry, in St. Thomas, or in Guadeloupe, or in Paris, or where we may have some challenges there. But the point is, every Dominican should have a right to vote, a right to support Dominica, a right to say who should be involved in the politics and should run the country here in Dominica. I don't want to stay too long. But really and truly, I just want to emphasize that I believe it is a mockery to try to look at the state to give funds to constituencies. I want to ensure that every Dominican has a right to vote. I, as a Dominican, went to school in England. I voted in England as a member of the Commonwealth. My wife went to do a master's in Bristol. She voted in Bristol as a member of the Commonwealth. I listened to people whose family came from Portsmouth, who were born in Curacao, and who work and live in Canada, speak. They call every program every day to talk politics. But for some reason, they try to give the impression that this current government win elections because people come to vote. Nonsense. Absolutely rubbish. In 1999, when we were in opposition for 20 years, a few of us, Roosevelt Skerritts back at the time, Ian Douglas thing there, Cecil Joseph, Erickson Romaine, a few of us came together to fight to get leadership for the Labour Party here in Dominica. It wasn't about money. It was about meeting people in the villages, going out to St. Joseph and spending weekends there, going to Penville in Galba and meeting the people and doing barbecues there. It was about going to the Kalinago territory and identifying and breaking bread with the people there. That's what we were about. It wasn't about the money, it was about doing the work. And I recall clearly to the observers, in 1999, I, as a young man, went to a private sector business in Dominica to support us as young men and women trying to gain political power with the Dominican Labour Party. And Dennis Charles, who was there too, she's there in Labour for a long time. And when I told him we wanted some support, he said, "Sir, sorry, but you all can't win elections. There's no way you all can win the elections." And I told him, "That's what you think. But I am telling you, we are going to win the elections. And let me tell you how." And I went on to explain to him how we were going to win the elections. And he said, "You know what? When you put it that way, it makes sense. But I still don't think you all can win the elections." I said, "Okay, but just about this one young candidate for me." And I introduced him to that candidate. And we went forward from there. It wasn't about who had more money. It wasn't about who had government this and government that. It was about meeting people. Labour is about working with people. And by and large, Dominica has always been a Labour-based community. That has been Dominica for you, like most of the other countries in the Caribbean. And in 1980, Labour lost the campaign, not because Labour didn't have money, but because, as Labour always do and often do in the Caribbean, we were fighting against each other. So we had Alliance, we had Dem Lab, and we had Shoe Labour. So we lost elections, and we stayed in opposition for 20 years. But when Labour come together, when the people of the Caribbean come together and they say, we come from the roots of working class. When we look at the trade union movement, we know that that is the class that rallies and believes and supports the interests of the working class. And that is why Labour win all over the Caribbean. Because the Labour movement, the Labour Party, is about a movement and ideology that takes care of the children of the working class. And Labour will do that, and once Labour do that, Labour will win. Not because Labour will spend millions and millions of dollars, no. After 20 years in opposition, Labour had 7 seats that we had to win. Jump high, jump low. Have money, don't have money, Labour had those 7 seats. So all we needed in 2000 was 4 more. And we couldn't get 4, so we worked on 3, and then Freedom came on board and gave us 2. That is because of the ideology, the philosophy of the movement that comes from the bubbles of the people. When people try to talk about electoral reform and try to give the impression that Labour is winning because of money, nonsense. Go and do your work. Organize the young people. Organize the sportsmen. Organize the people who are sick. Do good more in helping people build their homes and their houses. Take care of the children, and they will take care of you. Making noise for electoral reform is not going to get the political party into government, because the system that we have used has worked and will continue to work. Electoral improvement, modernization, reform, call it what you may. Yes, we have no problem with that. We will support those things, yes, but do not try to give the impression that a government, that a party, that a movement that comes from the bowels of our people is what is making us win. No. Roosevelt Skerrit is a man who is conscientious, who believes in the feelings of his and principles of labor, and the people here and around Dominica, they support that, and they work with him. Not because of who coming to vote, nonsense. Not because of who have money, nonsense. Here we say, let us put politics as the people. Politics is about the people, politics is about the communities and the working class, and that's who we are. Let us have our cards. The ages say call them Christmas cards if you want, no problem. One use card doesn't make much sense. Often enough, I rest my one glasses somewhere and I have to go to think of where exactly did I put it. And I use it all the time. Can you imagine me having one card that I can use every time the Prime Minister calls election and know where to find it? That doesn't make any sense. Let us have a card that we can use for many and multiple things. That would make sense to us. Others will make their contribution, but I just want to thank the observers for being here with us tonight. We want to thank you for coming to Dominica, because this party and this government for a long time has been trying to bring in reform and bring in modernization. The opposition sometimes would say they did what we asked for, but they would go back and they would try to stop it, because they believe that by stopping and by protesting they get a topic to talk on. Politics is not about talking. Politics is not about protest. We are here tonight, tomorrow they're in the streets protesting. Not because of reform, because they have a topic to make noise about, trying to burn down Roseau, or burn down Portsmouth, or burn down Grand Bay. Politics is about the people, and any political party interested in the people can win the support of the people if they empathize with people, if they show people that they care about them and they love them. And that was proven in 2000 when a group of young men and women went around using $20 from our pockets, buying bread and cheese and barbecue chicken, and we won elections against a government that was spending millions and millions of dollars everywhere. Reform, yes. Trying to frustrate the will of the people, definitely nonsense. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nathan. We have a number of hands up. So we are going to take Mr. Libla. Mr. Libla. And then there is a gentleman here in the Reebok red shirt. And then we have Shem Jacob next. So these three. Oh, Shem, sorry.
Good evening.
Shem. Go ahead. Will you stay here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, the observers, if you had to turn to see me, I do apologize. Parliamentarians and all others present, Honorable Prime Minister, and the entire other people here with us and those online and hearing virtually. I am Joseph Leblanc, or to quote it better, Joseph Raphael Leblanc, a.k.a. Papi Joe. I have been a very active politician in the past, and the truth is I am still, though sometimes I stay silent. The Prime Minister will acknowledge to you that every election I will tell him within 3 to 4 constituencies, how many constituencies Labour Party is going to win. And as I told him the last election, we either get in 19 or a whitewash based on their continued stupid behavior. I believe that trying to frustrate voters, whether in Dominica or out of Dominica, to participate in the voting process by denying them certain rights is unconstitutional. The right to vote is just as the right to nationality and the right to justice. You cannot remove that from a voter from the time they register at the age of 18. And as I say sometimes, whatever way you try to take it, whether to say cleansing the voters list automatically cleanses itself at the moment of death. And I see no reason why a citizen registered should be disrespected and dishonored by persons attempting to remove them on the voters list. That is because I travel, I go overseas, I have 2 sons overseas, I have their mother overseas, I have siblings overseas. I hate to hear people trying to disrespect their honorable rights as Dominican voters. And I think it's time we do something as a people and as government to really stop this degree of disrespect. When we were in difficult situations, Erica, Maria, David, all of them, we were very eager to get assistance from the very same Dominican citizens living overseas. Whenever we have problems, we are very quick to acknowledge that they are Dominicans and they are our family. But today, because we want to get power at every means, whether legal or illegal, we want to cleanse them out from the voters list. There is no way any Dominican citizen should acknowledge any kind of approval for such action. Secondly, I said, basically, I'll agree with my dear lady and with Mr. Nanton regarding the fingerprinting. I see no reason for that. People come and vote, they put their finger into the ink, it's very clear. This country is very small. The constituencies are very small. And good politicians and supporters of politicians, the ground workers like myself, we know every single voter in our constituency, and even those living overseas. We see a strange person walk up to the voting booth, we will know whether or not this person is legitimate. The names are on the list. So I cannot understand. I mean, you want to treat people like criminals when they are doing a very legal and legitimate action by voting and ensuring the country is in good governance. I believe that we should totally ignore this. ID cards, again, to me, that is a waste of funds. Because you have your passport, it details your age, your name, and everything that is necessary for the voting. Together with the passport, some citizens have other identification cards like their driver's license. They have their social security cards. All these are valid IDs. That gives all information. I can understand to say if you want to give individual voters a special voting number, an identification number to every single voter. And that voting number can be placed either on their driver's license or their social security card. And such card can be used. So you have a voter's identification number. So there's no two ways that any two people can have the same voter ID number. But to say to have a total different ID card to be used once every 5 years, to me this is waste of money and ridiculous. Okay, I believe some amendments should be made within the driver's license situation or the social security card to introduce a voter ID number which will be placed on either of those cards, or it can be placed on both of them. So the person, if they walk with their social security card or their driver's license, it can be used as a voter ID. The other thing is, again, Mr. Nantan will tell you, he and the others, they came in the late 90s. But when persons like myself and the new core of young men that sacrificed and did all we could to bring up Rosie Douglas, and we used to be very tight with him. We were very good mates, but he could not do nonsense with us, and that is why we turned the Labour Party around between 1995 and 2000. Because campaign is not about money. Campaign is personal contact. Campaign is not about promises to people. Campaign is good faith, trust, honesty, very important. These are the things that win an election. It's not money. I contested election, resigned my job in 1 month, and contested against 2 parliamentarians who were there for 5 years, past teachers, active workers that everybody knew. And in 1 month, I lost the vote just by 71 votes, and lack of money, I must say, but the money was not important. Okay? Strategy, campaign strategy, and ability to meet with people is very important. House to house. And the other thing is, the PM sometime and I may have big arguments, because we see me when it comes to campaign. When I'm campaigning, I don't know labor rights, I don't know UWP rights, I don't know freedom rights. I know Dominicans who are over 18 and are registered to vote. And I will approach every one of them. You never brush somebody aside because you think they are not supporting my party and they will not support me. No, you keep contact with them because they will remember Mateka support Labour, me even Yotsimwe. And brothers and sisters, we have to understand that though we try our best to bring our election process modern, we cannot modernize and leave the very inexpensive, workable solutions that does not create a major overhead to a financial and economical situation that we find hard to develop. The same, with all due respect for our observers, but the same international organization that are trying to push on with the voter transformation or the electoral transformation, they won't say that, okay, we will help finance this. They won't say we will help ensure that you have a budget to cover the ID cards. They won't say, okay, we will have a special funding to provide funds for every country in the world where there is going to be an election to facilitate the election process. This is what is important. If you are very concerned about the rights of citizens of the world, the monies that are being wasted, the monies that are going around and doing all kinds of things, can be genuinely offered at every election to especially the countries where they call us undeveloped. They should be putting that money aside to be used every 5 years for a proper election process. Not just sending observers. Yes, we need the observers, but we need finance to help our economical situation. So I will say thanks for that. There are other areas I really think we should move into, but I will leave it still for things like, I know some people don't agree, but if instead of putting out our voters, we should build our economy, get the finance, and try to organize, give our voters in the diaspora a chance, because it's the government responsibility to ensure that we make the voting process accessible to citizens. And therefore, I believe in trying to arrange absentee voting, which is much cheaper than having people come travel to vote, or trying to arrange some form of diaspora constituencies through our ambassadorial levels. I believe those things can be done if we believe and trust our citizens. And I am a citizen. Don't play with my rights. So I don't want you to play with the rights of other people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Libler, for so clearly articulating your views. The gentleman in the red shirt in the middle had his hand up. And then there was a young lady at the back on this side.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, everybody. I think protocol has already been established, but I still want to big up the Prime Minister and the ministers and the observers and the general public. I listened for the past few days to the debate on my name, is Sherrod Pelwi. And I'm Sherrod Pelwi. I'm a builder by profession. I'm also a councillor. I've served on the council for 5 terms, 15 years, and I'm still serving. And I'm still running. That's how powerful I am. And I want to teach some of the politicians, because some of them feel that you can win an election by going on a talk show and just speak propaganda and nonsense. The reason why I continue to win is the tactics on the ground. It's after election you have to meet the people on the ground, and you face them on a daily basis, whether in their good times, their bad times, or whatever time, and you win. I prepare to face the young people the next election that come in for council, and I'll still beat them. That's how I'm strong. So I want to share my part in the reform. And I also want to say that my girlfriend who actually lives in the US, she told me one thing to say, and if I don't say it tonight, she'll crucify me. You say one thing, do not support the idea of taking out any name from the list. Because she's in the US, she comes home every year, and she wants to vote in her country. And one of the reasons why people should not be disenfranchised from voting, my grandparents told me in the days before, if you wasn't wearing shoes, you couldn't vote. And there's a lot of people who lose their voter rights because they couldn't buy a pair of shoes and put on their foot. We have moved from that. We have moved from that kind of slavery mentality where we have the opportunity now. Every child, every citizen of Dominica, once you have 18 years, you can vote. So I think what we should be looking at in the modernization, right, is to make it easier and better for our people, not trying to make it more difficult. I've listened to the people, you know, and it's a handful of people. In other words, you have a goal, and you have a goalkeeper. And you have these people, they're shooting at the goal, and they cannot score because you have a good goalkeeper. And they feel now they should shift the goalpost, and they will win. And that is what we have in Dominica, a handful of people trying to control a whole country, the view of the whole country, a handful of people. And I listen to them every night. And I do support the idea that we should clear any voters list. I think what we should be doing is adding to the voters list. New people come and register. If there are dead people on the list, yes, we can remove their names. But we should not remove nobody's name on the list. Whether you're in Dominica for a day, whether you're there for 5 years or 10 or 15 years, your name is on the list. Once you're not dead, I support the idea that you should remain. My next point is the question of campaign financing. I believe all parties should raise their money, right? Because even on the council, before you could just go and put your name on the ballot and go at your home and sit down. And then you just waiting when election come. And then people go and vote, then you hear you win. That has changed. Right now, when you're running for council, you have to campaign, right? You have to campaign, you have to raise your money yourself. You have to go out, you have to bring out young boys to do put up your flyers for you. The same thing like the big politician. So, I mean, at this time, to talk about campaign financing, everybody should raise, all parties should raise their funds. There should not be no limit on funds, because we are friendly countries. We are brotherhood in the same Labour Party. So you can have a Labour Party from Antigua that decide to support the Labour Party in Dominica with a few t-shirts, right? So we cannot put a boundary on ourselves. In other words, we cannot take a rope and put it in our own neck and hang ourselves. We'll be going backward. So we cannot support the idea of what amount of campaign finances or how much. We live those lives. And I can tell you in the 80s, the Freedom Party had the support of all the rich people in Dominica. And I remember when we was in that campaign vibes, the Freedom Party could afford to pay all the buses, and the Labour Party couldn't pay buses. We used to have dumper. We used to carry our people in dumper, right? And we went and lose the election. The UWP came in, they had the power of finance again, they had all kind of thing. They used to do the same thing. Even our Labour bosses used to go and carry for them because they would pay more, right? But the sad mistake they make, they went and troubled God, right? They went and troubled God. The other thing in the East, they say they're waiting for the sun to come, sunrise. And that day the sun never came. And even when the sun didn't come, they didn't change their mind. They still called election. So they lost the election as a result of disobeying God. And up to today, they continue to lose. So right now, they're blaming it on the reform. They feel if a reform come, they will win. But the same people that calling for the reform, they doesn't want the reform. The reform is on now, right? And they still doesn't want the reform. They're talking about marching Roseau. They're talking about all kind of foolishness, right? So we now understand it's a handful of people that are just trying to disturb Dominica. And Dominica is on its path to go forward. And we as Dominicans should never stand and allow these people there to stop us. Yeah. So it would be remiss of me if I didn't give my 5 cents speech after listening all the other nights. So I want to say that we should not remove people from the voters list. The idea of campaign financing, we should pick up our finances for wherever our friends help us. I do support the idea of limit, because if some business person will give me $1 million for my campaign for council, you can't tell me it's 500 I have to use. My $1 million, let me use my $1 million for my campaign, right? You go and raise your million, right? Go and raise your million. Yeah, anyhow, thank you, good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre-Louis. I really do hope your girlfriend is listening tonight, and thank you for sharing her views and your views as well tonight. There was a young lady at the back who had her hand up earlier. Okay, if not, we'll move to my very good friend, Shem, who I gave the wrong name earlier, but Shem, go ahead, and then we'll have Mr. Titus Francis, and then Mr. Michael Savre.
Good night to everybody. Good night to everybody. I so shocked, I don't even know where to take it. Because I never believe in my life. Well, first of all, when voting is the last activity, the last thing that you do after you have an election campaign. So you go all around the country and you give your message and you share it in Dominica and you share it wherever you want. You put it on poster, you do whatever you want. And you present yourself, you do your dance. And the last thing is for the people to get up, go in the box, and do the little thing, vote. So if your message is not good, my brother, don't trample on my rights to go in the box. Let me go in the box in peace. When I got registered as a young boy, as if in my mind someone can correct me, they say you can't take out your name on the list. Because after I found out that when you register to vote, they can take you for a juror, and I say, oh God, as if I don't really want to be a juror, but I want to vote, but they say I can't take out my name. You mean to tell me today, somebody in Dominica going to tell me about reconfirmation or what, re-registration? That's very confusing. How we reach there? I don't want nobody to come and tell me that. I register to vote, I on the list, Cleve Serger, Cottage constituency, I want to be. For somebody to come and ask me, re-register? Reconfirm, I tell you I don't want to vote, and I'm not interested in voting, but how you reach to do that? I don't know how we reach to have that kind of conversation. You understand? Then voter ID card. We have our bank card, we have our social security card, we have our driver's license card. You got your picture for all of them. Why I need a voter ID card? It was like me, I'm so careless. I'll be under my bed looking for the thing. I'll cry. I don't know how, to be honest with you, I vex the Prime Minister, I vex them people. How you reach to bring me there? How we reach in that conversation? About it, but I have my card, look my card, I can't vote. So someone, oh, Mr. Serger, you don't have your voter ID card? And you cannot vote? Stone inside there, crying, police. No, but that is trouble. That is a right people have, you know. Rich or poor, you have a right to go and vote. I don't think people thinking about that. To choose a government. That is a thing I have to get away. Wow. I dress in white, men usher in white, and I go and vote. I forget my card. Outside they're crying, I forget my card. No, but it's true. Some people go and forget their card. My grandmother not go and register for card. All people, we in reconfirmation. Where Dominica getting money to go and look for people to come back and reconfirm? But you dead count on the list. You off already. You telling people what bloat. Not when you eat bad food and your belly big now. I'm not pleased about that. I'm not pleased about that, about bloated. Take all your time, go registry, get death certificate, come for the list, check it out. The next thing I find, we having a conversation, okay, about voting and so on. Nobody does say how many duplicate people it have on the list. How many people that on the list twice? Nobody does say that. Oh, it have Shem in Cottage and in Portsmouth. You don't say that. How many people that vote twice? You don't say that. How many people that dead that vote? You don't say that. So how you justifying all that conversation the Prime Minister pays someone 300,000 for? And you don't say all that? Where your data, where your facts? You just there emotional to make me emotional too. Where your facts? Bring your facts. Boy, 50 dead people vote way? What? You don't bring that. My mother in the States, my cousin in the States, my brother in the States, who I don't know in the States, they don't come long time, so what? So those people that write the Constitution and they say, what they say 5 years, if you don't come once in 5 years, they didn't go on Mount Sinai to get knowledge to write Constitution, you know. We can take that out. That I agree to take that out. Dominica, I register, I come down, bam, I go in and vote. Emergency, send water, bam, water coming down. Every month, money coming down in credit union, we dey borrowing money, we don't know where money come out, we getting loan. Who that sending money, brothers and sisters? Or we now want to silence people vote, people right. We want to silence people, we want to block them out. They don't have a right. We have to take that out. We have to take that out. That part there, we have to take that out. And those observers, we hear that. The part about DBS and campaign finance, that's for political parties. Let them fight their fight. Me, myself, my fight and to fight, I want to have a simple activity. Get up in the morning, go in the thing. Miss Claudette, I know Miss Claudette, they're ready. Miss Claudette, morning, I come and vote. Put my, where your thing? My little wallet. You cannot hold the next card. Look it. Look it. It force. It can't hold the next card. Miss Colette, which one you want? And I vote. I want to make sure that happens. And if we have to go whole wrong, Dominic, I want to come to talk all the time. I want to talk. And but I must vote. So the rest they will sort out the finance and you get a little time on DBS. I think everyone should have a good time on DBS. Limited, I don't know side of no party to be watering on DBS. So you have a little half an hour, come make your speech, got your home. Both parties, got two of them have people calling and talking and, you know, like, yeah, Kyrie and Q there for that. What internet there? Internet bigger than DBS. You fighting now to be on DBS. And DBS is the World Wide Web. Anyway, so that is my contribution. And if you see, they put that, I don't forgive those people now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seja, for those views and for sharing your opinion with us. Mr. Francis, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I recognize the Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, all the parliamentarians, the observers here. Welcome to Portsmouth. It's sounding like I'll be repeating what everybody say. But the point is a consultation. And the intention behind a consultation is to get consensus, I would assume. So if everybody say no, then it's no. If some people say yes and some people say no, then you're looking for majority. And majority probably is the basis of democracy. Okay? So I've been following the consultation from the time it started. Sometimes I fall asleep, but I try my best to follow. And one of the, let me just give you a little, before I go to that. Ambassador Nanton referred to me as a, what? A young politician? Well, I was a long time, in 1980. I was bold enough at 26 years to say I'm going to run national election in Portsmouth for the Alliance. And I was fighting against Michael Douglas, Charles Savrin, Pushing Waldron. At that time, the Labour Party had broken up into Dem Lab and the Labour Party. Well, an alliance. So I feel man enough, I decided I'm going to join Alliance and run with Alliance. But the point I want to make is, even at that time, and if we go back to 1975, when young people had earned the right to vote, there was a certain level of dissatisfaction even then in the way the Labour Party was ruling Dominica. But many young people were not prepared to support the Freedom Party either. I'll give you a little story. I hope the president is not listening. So a number of us in Portsmouth decided we were supporting Charles Savarin as an independent candidate. So the Saturday night election is Monday. So the Saturday, major rallies, island-wide rallies. So we were preparing placards with cardboard and printing T-shirts with stencil made out of manila paper and paintbrush. So we did as much as we could do this Saturday night. We came back first thing Sunday morning to finish up in preparation for that rally. And lo and behold, there's a big noise outside of Charles Savarin's house. What was the name of the song, my boy? What's that? What's that? No, you don't know. Hammer Them was in 1980. But in 1975, something about Time Will Tell or whatever it was. So we went outside and see what was all that noise about. Only to find out that it was the Freedom Party motorcade that pulled up by Charles Savarin. Well, we dropped the paintbrush, we dropped the placard, and we leave Charles Savarin high and dry. The point I'm trying to make is that we saw the right to vote as a right, not only, in fact, last week somebody said the right to vote is a political right. But I'm not sure about that. Yes, it's political because you're voting for a political party. But the right to vote is also the opportunity you have to determine the economic prospect or development of the country. So you vote for the person or the party you believe that best represents your interests and can give you the kind of economical advancement that you're looking for in the country. And when we compare where we are today to 20 years ago, 23 years ago, we have every right to want to vote and to vote for the party that we believe will move the country forward. In that same regard, I believe you cannot suggest, far less to even take the move to tell me I have 3 brothers and 1 sister living overseas. One of them was here twice this year in the space of about less than 3 months. And he was here twice last year. And you're telling me because they don't live in Dominica, you want to take their names off the list? You can't be serious. Somebody made reference to Maria. At that time when the country was in shambles, destroyed, devastated, Dominicans from everywhere in the globe came together as individuals, as groups, as organizations, and sent barrels, boxes, pallets, containers to assist in the recovery process and in rebuilding the economy. That was just the other day, 2017. You're telling me no. An election is called, they cannot vote? So what's the point? You cannot be serious. So therefore, that being said, I do not support the fact that you should take anybody's name off the list unless that person is dead. And you're talking about dead people vote? Shem just say, well, show me them, where them? My mother died in 2016. My second mother died in 2020 in the Cottage constituency. You telling me somebody can come and say I'm Agatin Joseph and the agent for the Labour Party, the candidate in Cottage constituency, the UWP agent in the Cottage constituency, and if you have independent candidates, so and plus the people who are outside, the agents outside, you will tell me Agatin Joseph can come there and say, I am Agatin Joseph. But the hurting part about it is people believe. People believe that dead people voting in Dominica. You know? So we ourselves have to take the camp. Yeah, they resurrect apparently. And there's only one person that resurrects in history. All right? So the issue of taking people's names off the voters list doesn't exist. I don't support that. And tied in with that is the issue of an ID card. If anything, I support a national ID card. Not, Shem was very, very eloquent in the way he opposed the idea of a voter's ID card. My God, in that, maybe I have about 3 different IDs in my wallet. I have to put a 4th one that I'm going to use 5 years down the road, probably. That maybe will mash up. It will get broken, so you're not even sure it's me. My beard might get gray by that time. You know, or fully gray because it started to get gray already. And you're telling me that is not Titus. It doesn't look like you. Okay. But I have my social security card, I have my driver's license. So what is the point in trying to tell me I must have a card exclusively to vote once? And in a little country like Dominica, let's say you don't want an ID card. You think I can live? There are 2 Titus Francises in Dominica, yeah? One in Portsmouth and one somewhere in Goodwill. So you think I can leave Portsmouth and go in somewhere in Roseau, that's Roseau North constituency, and present myself as Titus Francis and want to vote in a polling station in Goodwill? But something have to be crazy for somebody to accept me to vote. That is impossible. It's just impossible in a little country like Dominica. So if you feel doubtful, then let us go for the national ID, not a voter's ID. Okay? When you talk about campaign financing, well, I don't want to even expand on that. Go and look for your money. Go and find your money for yourself. The Labour Party has friends overseas. Don't tell me you shouldn't seek to get financing from overseas. And at the same time, you want a country that cannot be taxed anymore to give you taxpayers' money for you to go and lie, for you to go and say dead people voting. Go and find your money. Everybody find your own money, including independent candidates. And tie that in with the use of the media, the national radio station, and privately owned radio stations or other media entities. Okay, the national radio station, to a very large extent, is supported by taxpayers' money. Yes, but it has to be controlled. There has to be regulation because there's the issue of litigation, defamation, and all kinds of legal implications based on statements you make on the national radio station. For example, when you listen to Kyrie says, the views expressed by this radio station, blah, 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 we're not responsible for it. So it's like you have to issue a disclaimer. Yes, come on the radio station, but with rules and expectations. Private media houses, that is, you cannot legislate that. You cannot legislate that. You call Q95 and they suspect it's Labour Party that talking, they cutting you off. That's your right. That is your right. So I do not support the fact, or the call, not the fact. I do not support the call for an open house policy on use of media for campaign purposes. And finally, I want to support and commend the government for taking that bold step. Remember what happened in 2017, what it was, February 7th forward? When, in an attempt to bring the first set of bills to the House, there was an attempt to burn down Roseau. Everything had to be withdrawn. But I want to support the government this time, and it is for real, that let us hear from the people. Let us hear from Dominicans. And you invited the diaspora. So it means that the same diaspora that's staying overseas and want to dictate how elections should be conducted in Dominica, they themselves in the process denying an opportunity to want to vote in Dominica. So how can you stay overseas? Don't want to vote in Dominica. Don't want to determine which government is placed in power. But you want to tell people here how to vote. Stay and do your business wherever you are, and let us and those who really want to see the development of the country, let them be given the opportunity to vote. So, in ending, congratulations to the government for bringing the consultative process to the public. And I think at the end of it all, let the eyes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Savre, and then Mr. Morvan, and there are two other gentlemen.
Good night, all.
Mr. Savre.
Thanks for coming, and I want to say welcome to all, and the observers, very important, and the government, thank you so much for that. I think that there is a consensus that people in the diaspora play an important part in our economic development. We encourage diaspora to come for Creole Festival. We encourage diaspora to come for Christmas time. We encourage diaspora to participate. It seems a bit inconsistent if we want the diaspora and acknowledge the importance of the diaspora and all of those continuing economic activities, a very important activity of voting that we would want to perhaps try to act in such a way to reduce that participation. Now let us look, I think, in terms of those in the diaspora, the recommendation should be informed by the actual immigrant experience. What is that immigrant experience? I think the recommendations are for 50 to 90 days in Dominica. For many of us, and I'll take about myself and many other immigrants who previously go to seek employment, education, to improve their lives of themselves and their families, it is very difficult. I had to work 80 hours a week, 80 hours a week, and still go to school, right? Summertime came, I could not afford to come back home. I had to use that opportunity to make additional money. To pay what? To pay tuition, to pay housing, to pay food, to pay transportation. The reality is I could not come back before a 5-year term. Many times in trying to make ends meet, some students don't finish in 4 years. You finish in 4.5, and then you have debts to pay, and then you go on. What is the immigrant experience? So we acknowledge the importance of immigrants and our folks in the diaspora in the developmental process. And if we say we do, and I think all parties say that is the case, are the recommendations assisting them in that developmental process? And the immigrant experience says the 50 to 90-day requirement clearly does not allow them to participate in the process. Yeah? And I think not only students who go to study, but go to do other things otherwise. We all know it. We have families, friends who want to come back and cannot come back. Economic situations are dire. Yeah? So I would say clearly that is a restriction that does in fact does not support participation, and therefore it shouldn't be considered. In fact, I mean, I clearly the law speaks to 5 years, But I think perhaps this is not the opportunity, but perhaps at some point this needs to be re-examined, because on a practical basis, it doesn't support. I think one of the things that can be done is the removal of the dead individuals from the list. And perhaps what we can do is to give some additional support to either the Commission or some other entities to ensure that this is done comprehensively. I'm not sure whether there are, in the United States, in England, where the big population centers where people are, whether there is some sort of tabulation of death records, and if it can be, if we can see who are Dominicans who are there. But I think this is where the effort should be, primarily, removing the dead folks from the dead people from the list. And I think by and large, that will go a long way in making it a better list, more functional. Yeah. The other issue has to do with the election campaign support to various parties. You know, we are in a serious financial crisis. The fiscal space in the country is very, very limited. We have a significant debt burden. You know, we had Erica, we've had Maria. I think almost 90% of our debt is to address resilience efforts. We're now over 100 and something percent of GDP, primarily because of being faced with Erica and Maria on resilience measures. Where is the financing to come from to support campaign financing from various parties? Is that a practical situation given the limited fiscal space of the country? I mean, is this something that is such a priority that we need to find? And put additional debt burden on the state so as to do that? I think we can find more creative ways, perhaps to support parties and to support participation in the democratic process, rather than trying to incur an additional burden, debt burden perhaps that we have to bear on other generations. So clearly, I think that is also something that perhaps should not be moved forward. We should think about other ways to support parties and give support to political parties. It's healthy and good to have parties in a democracy, and perhaps there are other ways to support parties and so forth. But certainly that would put the country in a financial mess. I think, you know, there is a lot of talk about supporting people who are to come to exercise the franchise. You know, universally, in all democracies, supporting people to exercise the franchise is not bribery. You know, one time in New York City, I was, the Democratic Party had its campaign headquarters in Staten Island. A number of us went to support the Democratic Party, the election. I was given a list of names and telephone numbers. Pick up the phone and call. Good afternoon, good evening. Have you gone to the polls? Not yet. Okay. We have, you know, a van, a transport to come to your house and take you to the polls. We did not ask, are you Democrat or Republican? We didn't ask who you're going to vote for, or we'll take you to the polls if you're voting one or the other. It was simply supporting people to exercise the franchise. In the great USA, bastion of democracy, supporting people, facilitating people in exercising the franchise is done all the time, you know? And it's something that parties here do in Dominica, and therefore is something that should be done. It's based on applied principles in all the democratic countries. So this is not something, we make a big deal about this. Some people do, but it is standard practice in democracies all over. I think these are the main issues that I want to talk about, and I want to thank all for coming, and thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savran. Can we have Mr. Morvan? And then we're going to move across to this side for a short period, and we'll come back to So we'll have Mr. Morvan now, Mr. Clarence Christian, and then Mr. Reginald Austrian, and we have two gentlemen on this side.
A pleasant good evening to all. Let me recognize the parliamentarians, the Prime Minister, and the observers. Electoral reform, electoral modernization. How did we get here? Some time ago, a very angry loser said dead people voted and caused his party to lose the election. No, they repeated that so often and so they kept dwelling on it that people started believing it. And if I was not residing in Dominica, I would believe that dead people voted, or this is the most corrupt process, election process in the world, if I was not residing in Dominica, because it was repeated so many times. But Dominicans are very smart people. Some of them didn't go to secondary school or complete secondary school or college, but they have street wisdom. And what they've recognized is if there is a group of people that are unable to keep a simple group together, keep it organized, they cannot entrust the entire country in the hands of those people to govern the affairs of the country. And that is why these people are on the outside, and they're so arrogant that they voted themselves out of the House. Even when they would win their seats, they stepped out. And now they're making noise. They're saying dead people voted. My father died last year. And I'll tell you, sir, about Dominicans and dead people. If my father, Alan Morvan, was to walk into the polling station in the next 5 years to cast his vote, rest assured, the place will be empty. You'd have to call the ambulance because some people would fall and break their necks. Okay? And that is it. So when you hear that Dominicans, that people are saying dead people vote in Dominica, that is the furthest thing from the truth that can ever happen. Now, as a result of this, we have the government spending a whole bunch of resources trying to modernize the electoral process. And based on Sir Dennis Byron's findings, there are 6 points that I really would like to touch on. And the first one is denying Dominicans born in Dominica, residing abroad, the right to vote. I've known quite a bit of Dominicans in the US, Canada, England, even Guadeloupe and Martinique, Barbados. They work in Barbados or the US, they build their homes here, they have their cars here, they pay their license, they pay their insurance here, and some of them even they contribute to our social security. That tells you that they have a plan to retire in Dominica. And you are saying now that we should deny these people the right to exercise their franchise to vote, so that when they come back, they cannot ask a question about what happened to their money in the banks, or even their social security, pension scheme. They cannot get anything back from the contribution they made. I really don't understand why this is really even an issue, because as long as you're Dominican and you're registered, you should be allowed to remain on the voters list, and you should be allowed to vote whenever an election is called. The idea of the 90 days or 50 days, I cannot support that. I don't agree to that. As long as you're registered, you should be allowed to vote. So once you're registered, you should be allowed to vote, and removing your name from the list is not an option, because this is a very sensitive issue. And people are just listening and watching and to see what will be the outcome of that move. So I want to tell every single one of you here to please support the fact that the voters that are registered should remain on the list, because that will be chaos and confusion. If people who are living outside of Dominica, contributing to Dominica, is not allowed to vote in Dominica, that would be very bad for us. For example, if you look just in the town of Portsmouth, which is north of here, we have the Catholic Church. It's still under construction, but usable. And I can tell you, 75% of the finances that built the church came from diasporans. We had a Portsmouth, New York group who was keeping tea parties and sending money down to contribute towards the construction of the church. Now, these people, should they not be allowed to exercise their franchise to vote in Dominica? I think they should. Okay, the next idea, and I don't want to call this points because it's an idea. Somebody just fall asleep, wake up, they dream, and come up with an idea, a suggestion, and then they figure that because they hold a certain position in society, and they say you should run, you shouldn't look back, you should just run, even if you're going to run over a cliff. It is very good to make changes. And I welcome the idea of the modernization because there are little tweaks and peaks that we need to do to the electoral process. But I want to impress upon your mind that is not every change that you make is good. Okay? So we have to be mindful of the changes that we make. The idea of fingerprinting came about to build a background check on criminals. That's why fingerprint came about. So you have a history, a criminal history. Scientists take it further and tweak it to put in the workforce and stuff like this. But there are a lot of intricacies with the fingerprinting. Now, the voting process involves every sane and able-bodied individual. Now, if you allow people to be fingerprinted for voting, what would happen to somebody who happened to, unfortunately, get themselves in an accident and lost both hands? Are you going to tell them, well, because you don't have a fingerprint, you cannot vote? So I cannot support that. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make no sense at all. That makes no sense at all, at all, at all. So I do not support at all the idea of the fingerprint. The national ID cards, the voter ID cards, no, that doesn't make sense. National ID cards, or whatever you want to call it, as the AG says, that can facilitate you because it will be a card that is for a multi-purpose card and not something that you will use only for 5 years. And after 5 years, it has expired. And then the process, the financial process, is a very expensive process to print those cards or process those cards every 5 years. Now, instead of the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister think of giving civil servants a little raise of 0.5%, they have to use that money to go and print national ID card, voter ID cards for people to vote once in 5 years. Come on, most of us here are civil servants, or we have family members who are civil servants, and you hear the stories every day about their salaries not even enough. We already have a financial situation. Everything is expensive. Every event that happens in the world is used as a basis to raise prices. I'll tell you, first it was COVID-19, now it's the Ukraine war, then who knows, maybe the African war, which is coming up next, most likely, because we know the African nations are challenging France about the minerals, so there might be a civil war, and people use every opportunity to increase prices. Now, the government has to find resources from where? Limited areas to do projects, to assist students, to build bridges, to assist people who are sick and the family members are unable to help. And then these people are suggesting to the government that they should use that finances or find money to print a voter ID card for 5 years. Where is that money going to come from? And why should the government waste resources on that? So that tells you, ladies and gentlemen, that we shouldn't entrust the governance of the country in the hands of these people because they're very careless and they are not concerned about your well-being. And that is why I finally understood why in 1995-2000, I worked then as an air traffic controller at the Kingsfield Airport and sometimes Melvin Hall. And that is why I understood why my salary was 45 days late and in 2 parts. Because they was using the money for nonsense. So we must be very mindful of that. So I cannot support the idea of a voter ID card. But a national ID card, I fully support. Okay? So let me see here. Fingerprinting. Okay, campaign financing. Why should the tax, and it sounds like repetition, but these points are burning issues. Why should the government of the day use taxpayers' money to give a bunch of people to run a campaign? And like Mr. Francis said, to come and lie to you. Well, you know what will happen if we agree to that? Let me tell you what will happen. You will not only have 3 candidates going up, you will have about 20 parties going up. And imagine having 20 candidates in 21 constituencies, and the government have to give everybody money. What will happen to your salary as a teacher or as a doctor or as a nurse? Okay? So we cannot support those foolish ideas. Some people believe that because they hold position, I'm a nurse, I'm a doctor, I'm a former prime minister, and I say, I come up with a suggestion, so then you should just go with it. So, and we need to be mindful of those people who use their position to give, to influence us or to mislead us with their suggestions. These are silly suggestions, these are madness. And that is why I will never support and ever support the idea of campaign financing. I cannot support the idea of fingerprinting. I cannot support the idea to deny Dominicans living in their diaspora their right to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morvan. Let's balance it out a little, and we'll take Mr. Clarence in the middle here. Christian.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet members. Good night, everyone. Really, I did not intend to speak at those consultations. But when I listened last night and the lies that went on, I think I had to come out to give some people the facts. The question is, why are we here today? Why are we here tonight? Why are we here with those consultations? And we are here because an opposition party does not want to accept that it lost consecutive general elections. Elections in Dominica has always been free and fair. The system we have under which we conduct our elections, all major political parties have won elections under the same system. In 1995, an opposition political party with 33% of the total votes cast from the government under the very same system. That opposition party won 11 seats, 5 of those seats were won on a minority. So if the Freedom Party and the Labour Party had come together into an arrangement to contest those seats, those elections, the then government would not have formed the government because they would have only won 6 seats. That is how robust our election processes be. A political party can win election 11 seats with 33% of the total votes cast. In 2000, the Labour Party contested elections. The Labour Party got 29% of the votes. No. And then the, with 10 seats, no, it was more than that. It's in 2000, the Labour Party got 29% of the votes in 1995. The Freedom Party got 38% in 1995, and the UWP got 33% in 1995. So you had 67% opposition and 33% government. So we had a South Africa, a minority party in power in Dominica. That was no problem. It was because the election then was free and fair. We heard about campaign financing in 2000, and I heard the chairman of a radio station in the election in 2000, January 2000, who was the general manager of the NDC, the chairman of the Millennium Commission, and the campaign manager of the United Workers' Party. And we're talking about campaign and utilizing government funds. I was the director of audit for Dominica. And I know what happened. I know of the $4 million, 4 million EC dollars from the escrow account at the Royal Bank of Canada, the Economic Citizenship Escrow account from the Royal Bank of Canada. The check was signed by then political advisor of the United Workers' Party, of the Prime Minister, Edward Alexander, and the financial secretary. That was to do Millennium Commission. They said they want to do things for the new millennium. And you know what the money was paid for? Many of us here can remember the container of blue chairs for the campaign. This guy, this Sheridan Gregoire, on radio talking about campaign finance, right? Many of us can remember the blue chairs, the container of blue chairs. Many of us can remember the tents purchased. Many of us can remember the stage, and many of us can remember the paying to carry the stage. All these monies came from the funds, with the $4 million which was given to the Millennium Commission. Many of us can remember the use of the government printery to print the opposition party, print the government, the party in government manifesto. Many of us can remember the $20,000 given to a publisher to publish a sports magazine. Up to today, we do not have the sports magazine. And we believe that this was paid for a firm in Barbados to print a part or some of the United Workers' Party manifesto at the time in 2005. But we have a person who was the manager, the campaign manager at that time, coming on radio talking about campaign finance and election is not free and fair. Let me tell people, in 2016 or 2017, we had a government in Bolivia run by Evo Morales, won elections free and fair. The OAS and the US decided the election was stolen, with people in Bolivia campaigned that the election was stolen. It was rigged. You know what happened? The opposition with the army overthrew the government of Bolivia on a lie, which was a lie. 1 year later, while Evo Morales was barred from contesting the election, his political party, the person he chose to run the election as prime minister, president, won with a landslide 1 year later. And then the persons in the opposition who perpetrated that lie had to run. Today, I was looking at TV. We had the same thing in America where Donald Trump keeps saying that the election was stolen. He tried to overturn the election in Georgia. And you know what happened? Today, the lawyers who were taking the matters to court are now indicted for perpetrating a lie in the United States together with Donald Trump. One of the laws I want to see in this electoral modernization is laws to prevent that those malicious lies perpetrated on the people of Dominica. Because we have to pass laws to ensure that those malicious lies are not perpetrated on the people of Dominica. Because when you lose an election, you have to accept that you lose an election. I want to give you some figures. Election is lost, and election is won by political parties. When a political party is getting 185 votes, and I want the observers to know that, when a political party is getting 185 votes in a constituency, 369 votes in a constituency, 336 votes in a constituency, 222 votes in a constituency, 202 votes in a constituency, 211 votes in a constituency, 501 votes in a constituency, and you can go on. And on the other side, the winning party getting over 1,000, 1,005, 1,003. How can you steal that election? How can that election be stolen? Bro, in 2000, some figures, in 2000, in 2022, there were elections in 15 constituencies. To show you figures don't lie, 15 constituencies, and there were not elections in 6 constituencies. In 15 constituencies, the Dominica Labour Party up polling at 87.3% of its 2019 votes, got 93% of the total votes UWP get in all 21 constituencies. So in 15 constituencies, polling at 87.3%, obtained 93.7% of the total votes UWP got in 2019. So how that election is stolen without any diaspora voting? True. Without any diaspora voting in 2022. So, Parliament, colleagues, Parliament, Executive, I would propose that, one, the notion of preventing our diaspora brothers and sisters from voting, I think, like Canada, as a matter of fact, we should take the St. Kitts law, lock, stock, and barrel, and implement it in Dominica. Every Dominican citizen who are duly registered to vote, once you meet the registration requirement, 1 year living in Dominica, 3 months in the constituency you're planning to vote, once you are registered for life until death. There should be nothing to prevent our citizens from voting. And we should not accept, we should not fall for the lies of the United Workers' Party. We should not. They cannot win elections, and they will not win. Very simple. In 2019, and we did it again, we did it in 2014. The the polling station closed at 5 o'clock. By 5:30, 5:45, using probability theory and historical data, we could predict that the Labour Party had won the election. based on the data and things so. Right? We could predict. Because we know there are 14 constituencies in Dominica. 14 constituencies in Dominica. That averaging the probability of Dominica Labour Party winning that election is 0.7, or you can say 70%. Some higher, some, but the average is 0.7. So if you have an average in 14 constituencies of 0.7, for the observers to understand, 0.7, that is the probability of the Labour Party winning the election. So we have had a free and fair election in Dominica. You have an opposition party that has never obtained the highest percentage of the votes that they have obtained is 43%. That was in 2014. Because they think they won with 33% of the vote and they got 11 seats with 33% of the vote. In 2000, the 67% combined and formed the government. They believe they had a right to win and they must win. So they want to do everything for them to win. But the people of Dominica have rejected them and will continue to reject them. Right? So yes, I am for some form of identification. They want to get ID card, whether it's voter ID card, whether it's national ID card, I have no difficulty with this. Whatever. Things for campaign financing, that is for some other time. Those things about amending the Constitution, that's a no-no. Term limits for the Prime Minister, that's a no-no. No amending of Constitution. But the only law, I will repeat it, that should be enacted in our election laws is that to punish those politicians who perpetrate those malicious lies saying election was stolen on the Dominican people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. Let me recognize Mr. Reginald Austri at the back. Are you coming to the front, or would you like to stand where you are?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me recognize the presence of the Prime Minister, members of his cabinet, our observer friends, and the general public here with us this evening. As you notice, I probably should not be speaking at this meeting, or not speaking at all. But having been part of the process as a former member of Parliament, well, at the beginning of the process, I believe that I should add my voice to this very important discussion. I first of all want to compliment the Prime Minister and the government for having put this series of consultations in place. Not necessarily, or I'd rather say to add to the issues of electoral reform, which is now being debated, but also for the education aspect of those consultations. I believe that we, the Dominican people, including myself, are much more educated on the issues of election today than we were even before this consultation started. And so I believe coming out of these consultations, if anything will come out of it, is the fact that the Dominican people today are much more conscious and aware of their rights, and by being here, they're prepared to defend it at all costs. And you can see, we have a very young audience, and that is very interesting, because the young people have made it their business. They have shown a certain level of maturity. They have shown a certain level of understanding the issues that they have decided to come out there and to show their support and their solidarity for the issue being debated right now. Now, these young people were not paid to be here. They were not handpicked, but they were invited to be here like everybody else. And if you were interested, really interested in the issue of electoral reform, you would have gotten your own people, young, medium age, or elderly, to be at this forum so they can voice their views and voice their opinions on this very important subject matter. I'd also like to use this opportunity very briefly to again compliment Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit for giving us the opportunity to be in this beautiful facility. And for those of us who were here after hurricane and before hurricane, we knew what happened in that facility. And we knew what happened after hurricane to that facility. And the promise was made that I will replace what we've lost through the other institution. And lo and behold, our Prime Minister has found us another medical school to be the pride of Portsmouth and to assist us in our economic advancement. And these are some of the things we should be celebrating. Because clearly, personally, I do not believe that the opposition have any interest in electoral reform whatsoever. Because several opportunities have presented themselves. And at every stage, like somebody said, we have seen a shifting of the goalposts. Tonight, today, tomorrow, these consultations are continuing. Yet still, the opposition finds it fitting that during the season of consultation to call for a national march against electoral reform. I mean, the process is not complete. We still have more consultations to go. Let us wait. Let us see the report at the end of the consultations, and you will decide on which action you want to take then. But what is the basis for calling for every ounce of blood to be shed to protect our democracy when there is no issue or no threat to our democracy? But we're very familiar with this in the United Workers' Party. Because this issue of electoral reform, which I accept that we need to do some modernizations, we need to do some changes like everything else. This law is over 100 years old, 75 years old, and yes, we have to do some changes. But the changes must be for the betterment of the people, for the betterment of the process, than to make the process worse and more difficult. Because to ask an overseas Dominican who was already registered, you remove him from the register, and you said, if you want to re-register, you must come to Dominica and spend 50 days. 50 days. That is what, 2.5 months. You're asking somebody who's out there in these challenging times, trying to eke a living, to send their remittances back home, to assist their families in a very tight global financial and economic situation. And you're saying to them that if you want to vote, if you want to exercise your franchise, you must leave your job, but you have to resign it. Because you're not going to get 50 days leave or 90 days leave. So you're asking them to put yourself on the breadline, put yourself on the unemployed line, to come down here to enjoy something that you have been used to enjoying for the last 50 or 60 years. But what is painful is the attack that is being leveled against people in the diaspora. We make, in fact, and publicly, I'm not talking about what happens I'm talking about public pronouncements, that these people stay where they are. That's where you work. That's where you pay your taxes. But some of these people pay taxes here. They disregard the remittances as, oh, it's just a little few dollars they're sending now and then. But let me tell you something, whether it's a few now and then, that is fine. That is your contribution to your country, because whatever small it is, it goes back into circulation in the economy, in the local economy, in the rural economies, and the poor people can then have a life. Brothers and sisters, let us not forget that this issue of electoral reform is one that is laced with politics, and that has, I believe, attempting to undermine the process of electoral reform. We have politicized it to the extent that we have said that electoral reform must ensure that the opposition wins an election. And they will not accept any recommendations made by Dennis Byron if their recommendations are not accepted wholesale. Every single one of the recommendations they want enacted, and then they'll be satisfied with the process. Now, that notion that the diaspora is responsible for making us win, that is a false notion. That is a notion that is geared at attacking diaspora. Because it was the United Workers' Party who first went to the diaspora to bring them along to vote for them. Edison James in 1995 stated that he was able to win the election because he did what no other political party had done. And when they asked what it was, he said, I brought in my people to vote. So that was started by the United Workers' Party. What has happened is they did not realize that the diaspora was fed up with them. And so they expected the diaspora to come to vote for them. But conversely, the diaspora expressed their love for the Dominican Labour Party, Roosevelt Skerrit, and the Commonwealth of Dominica. And so they have a bone to pick with the diaspora. They have a bone to pick with the diaspora for having them their claim. But while they do that, and all politics, like what I said, is on the ground. My brother, you can't win the politics in the air. In local Caribbean politics, you have to touch flesh. You have to visit families. You have to walk the streets. Even me, a 7 or 8 time election, whatever you want to call it, I never took chances with elections. In fact, I used to be criticized for being overly cautious about winning my seat, which I won by what? 20% of the votes. Never in doubt, but I never took the people for granted. And politicians have a tendency to take the people for granted and believe that the people are our machines that we tie there, and once we snap our fingers, they will respond to us. How can you be an effective government opposition when your leadership lives out of state? Who is manning the ship? Who is doing the work on the ground? And both opposition parties, and that is why today they're not even in the parliament. That's the painful thing about it. And they debar themselves from being part of the process. They're not in the parliament. So I believe that yes, we support the process. And don't forget the number of demonstrations, the number of protest actions, the number of calls for violence, like we saw on February 7th, over the issue of electoral reform. And here we are today, attempting to bring this process closer to the people, to make some amendments to the process. Even these consultations, they have criticized it. They've criticized it. They say, oh, we're paying people to come to these consultations. And that is, but while they're not supporting this consultation, they come to those consultations to make the point, to impress who they need to impress, and then they disappear. No, this is not a show. This is serious business. This is about the lives of the Dominican people. And that is why they keep shifting the goalpost. There was one time when the leader of the opposition had agreed to go to the parliament. After walking out of the parliament, he confessed publicly that the government had made a few amendments and he could live with them. So he was prepared to go to parliament until one of them placed an injunction against going to the parliament to pass the necessary legislation. We see in this final the issue of campaign financing. This was never part of the original agenda of the opposition. It only became an agenda in recent times that the government must now find money. The government must now find money to give men that are loiterers in the country. Loiterers in the country. Men who have done no work. Men who have not even serviced their constituencies. Men who have not been to their constituency offices. And they're now saying that they must give me a check of $10 million so I could contest election in this country. Where have this been? Where have you heard this? And they had money. When they had money, spending, finance was not an issue. If you have now lost your source of financing, then that's another problem. Remember, in the last election, the Al Jazeera News told us, with voice clips, with action, that 2 diplomatic positions were being offered at $400,000 US each to buy uniforms, to buy microphones, to buy PA systems, to buy T-shirts. That was the purpose. And then they claim, oh, we'll bring it in under humanitarian funding. That was the motivation of the United Workers' Party government. And that tells me that the issue of electoral reform, though very necessary, is not the issue for this wrangling and this warring and this fighting. We can meet, we can discuss,
We can evaluate. All the questions are being recorded by the government side. We'll look at them and we'll find a mechanism to make a decision that will be in the best interest of the people of Dominica. Finally, out of 8 children from my parents, 6 of them live overseas and 1 have a green card. That makes 7. I'm the only one left here being 8. They come down regularly. My mom is 86 years. They come down every 3 months. A different one come down, check money, and run back up, bring goods, bring money, bring all the doctor's fees for the next year. This is the contribution of my people in diaspora. And I will not allow anybody to disenfranchise them from coming here to select a government that they believe over the last 20 years have been the best thing Dominica has seen in a very long time. Who believe that in all our trials and our tribulation is the Dominican Labour Party and Roosevelt Skerry that was there with us. After Hurricane Erika, when 2 communities were destroyed, it was Roosevelt Skerry and Roosevelt Skerry alone. Maria, when 95% of the GDP was destroyed, I was Minister of Housing. Out of the 30,000 homes we had, 25,000 were destroyed and damaged. Today, 4 or 5 years after the hurricane, you will never recognize that this was a country that nobody thought would have recovered through the efforts of this government. Our country is still very tender. Our country is still recovering from the bumps and the bruises and the scratches of Maria. And no sooner had we had COVID, and that's another story by itself. And the people in the diaspora, they understand what this government has done to this country to bring us where we are today. And if they decide to vote back this government at any election, they would be within their right to do so. Because when things was bad, it's Skerry that was there with us. When things was bad, it was the Dominican Labour Party that was there with us. And so, on that basis, the United Workers' Party have decided that they cannot beat the Labour Party through the ballots. And so they have confessed publicly that they will move us by force. And that is what this rally in Roseau tomorrow is about, to attempt to put pressure on the government to move this government by force. And that is the motivation of the United Workers' Party, and we have to guard against it. No Dominican should be disenfranchised from his right to vote. The other issues can be managed, whether it's like ID cards, and the issue of campaign financing, we will not put that additional burden. The same way we did not put the burden of the airport on the taxpayers of this country, similarly, we will not put the burden of lazy people wanting to run elections on the backs of the taxpayers of this country. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oshie, for your very passionate contribution. The gentleman on this side in the white shirt next to Mr. Savre. And then we will have Mr. Etienne and the gentleman to the back.
Hi, good evening to everyone. It's let me pay a recognition to our Prime Minister and the members of government who've come down to consult with us on this really important topic and long-running issue. But especially I want to recognize my fellow citizens, my fellow community members who've come out in their numbers, and I'm really proud of that you've come out here to listen and to discuss and to sorry, my name, Rob Douglas. Some people will recognize my family name. Now, I'm going to divert a little bit from some of the comments that I've made tonight. You know, people talk about, or in the recommendations by Sir Byron, he talks about the cleansing of the list, and the list, as you say, is self-cleansing, and it's kind of a red herring. Yes, cleanse the list. It's not a bad thing to have a clean list, a list that hasn't got dead people on it. But actually, what is the effect of dead people being on the list? It only means really that somebody is trying to vote as a dead person, perhaps. And we first of all, we have no evidence of that. Secondly, you know, that's a job for two IT interns for a couple of days to go through the list and take dead people off of it. So yes, let's do that. But really, if we're worried about people who are posing as dead people to voting, then, you know, let's have some kind of task force which is run by the Electoral Commission to operate during election times to reduce crime, electoral crime of any kind. Somebody who wants to vote twice, somebody who wants to vote as a dead person, whatever it is, we have some kind of a task force in place that deals with that. And I think Sir Byron talks about the Electoral Commission and making them a bit more financially independent, and that's not a bad thing. But in the end, really, it's just a red herring. It's not really going to get us to where we want. At the end of this process, we need to deepen the franchise, i.e. people have to have more confidence that the government that have voted have really been voted, and we need to widen it. As many people as possible need to be able to vote. And this is why the diaspora have to be able to vote in our elections. It's crazy that we've got that resource out there, an educated, productive resource out there that we need to help us develop this country, that we're going to then say to them that they can't vote. That's a no-no. That really has to come out of it completely. 50, 90 days, that's a nonsense. That has to be the end of that. So yes, we should modernize our electoral process. It's 2023 now, it's not 1973. So we can't really do things the same way we've been doing them before. Another card, I think, is a kind of that's old technology. And that's why I don't have a problem with fingerprinting. I mean, if that's going to make sure that only a person can only vote once in Dominica, I haven't got a problem with that. You know, people talk about criminal connotations, and that is maybe true, but that's connotations. If it means that we need to have a system in Dominica where we know that one person has voted once and it uses, you know, fingerprinting to do that, that's fine. But another card, no. Shem was absolutely right. It's another piece of plastic in your pocket, you know, and you know, and maybe you can use your other IDs to do that work. But I think, you know, moving forward, the technology, we should use better technology in our elections. Other countries are doing it. Dominica should do it. Why not? That's a good idea. The idea, though, of financing, campaign financing, is a big elephant in the room. Campaign financing does matter. People say, okay, that's not what wins elections. But then why spend a few $1 million on an election cycle? The fact of the matter is it does matter, and elections really should be about a contention of ideas, not a contention of finances. So we should find a way to I don't say level the playing field, because your idea, your ability to raise money to run a campaign is part of what makes you a politician. And so you should have that independence. However, the election should not be so heavily weighted on the fact that one set of people can spend, you know, multiple millions and others cannot. I have a problem with that, and we should find a way to deal with that. I don't think that's a bad thing going forward. Most developed countries have some form of limiting finance in their politics. The US does it, the UK does it, etc., etc. There's a reason why they do it. It's because they want ideas to contain more than they want money to contain. So it's something we need to look at. Whether the state should finance it, maybe not a good idea, because we don't really have that money. But we should really examine campaign finance in a deeper form, and maybe we don't have the time to do it before we have to enable the legislation, but we should be looking at it. I think that's something that will increase the confidence in the whole franchise process, and I would back a deeper study into how we can organize finances in Dominica. You know, some of the things that we spend money on during elections, you know, to my mind, and it's a personal thing, a little bit unnecessary. You know, we litter our town with these red flags. One is right outside there in front of our brand new university. Still, many months after the election, why should that be? International artists come down to perform. You know, is that really necessary? I don't know. We need to look at it. As citizens, we're advancing our democracy, we're advancing our electoral process, and we should look to modernize that part of it as well. So really, that's what I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Douglas. Let's have Mr. Etienne, Vincent Etienne.
Good evening, everyone. After having listened to the very learned AG and all those wonderful contributions that have been made, I too have some areas I'd like to touch on, though most of them have been touched already. I first want to start with an opportunity I've had living in the United States for a number of years. And I have been fortunate enough to participate in the electoral process. And a number of my friends in the US keep calling me and hitting me on the thing about fixed date. You know, you've lived in the US and you know we're talking about fixed date for elections. And a number of times I've had to remind them that our case in Dominica is almost similar. The president of the US has a fixed date for election, and so does our president in Dominica. You know, so although our president in Dominica may be ceremonial, but the fact is, when we're talking about fixed dates, if we want to compare the US with Dominica, our both presidents have fixed dates for election. And I always keep stressing that on them and reminding them, you know, don't use the election of our prime minister and our legislature as a basis for anything. But remember, our both presidents, both those in the US, that is the top, when we talk about the bastion of democracy in the US, they have a fixed date for a president, and in Dominica, we have a fixed date for a president. I know very soon the prime minister, maybe next week after next prime minister, will tell us about who our new president is going to be. I also remember in the United States, and it has always stuck with me, being in the US, I remember the day, well, I can say that because I have no intention to go up for electoral politics. But I remember living in the US, I became a citizen. I will say that, I became a citizen. And the first thing that has stuck with me was as soon as I left where you did the swearing in, on the outside there were a number of political parties, and all they wanted you to do, even before the ink dry on the paper, is that they want you to register. As a citizen, the first right, your ultimate right, even in the US, and anybody here who lives in the US or became a citizen will attest to that too. The people right outside, as you're coming out of the door, they're pulling you on. Now you're a citizen, your first right is to vote. In Dominica, there is nothing that we should do or encourage that's going to deprive us of not being able to vote. As long as you're a Dominican, that's a privilege you have. We've seen that in most of the other countries, and that is something we have to really cherish in Dominica. And we should be prepared to fight, if it is that to give our blood or whatever, to make sure we reserve that thing. All right? I heard Mr. James was saying the other day that the only way they're going to win the election is that they have a number of proposals that they're making. And if they can get all their recommendations in, that is the way they're going to win the election. And a number of persons here have alluded to the fact that you don't win election on the way that they're approaching. It's something totally, totally different. You know, you have to be on the ground, you have to be in touch with people, and not necessarily that we need to give our secrets while we're consecutively winning elections. That is something that they need to know on their own, all right? And, you know, so what Mr. James is thinking is totally far-fetched. I also remember in the US, I got what is called a voter's ID card. It was a paper, something almost like your Social Security. But the truth of the matter, I lost that thing in a matter of 2 days. So I never voted in the US using that voters registration thing. I would have just stepped in there, say my name, whatever, show them an ID, but that voters registration card, that thing was long, long lost. It was absolutely of no significance. Once you have, and I strongly believe we need to get that in Dominica too, as long as we have some form of ID, be it our passport, be it anything with our picture,
I think should suffice. So the idea of going and spending all that kind of money for a preparation of a voter's ID card, I think that is totally, as Mr. Nathan would say, total nonsense. You know, any formal ID with a picture, like somebody, I think it was Papi Joe said, if maybe on some of our IDs we could have a number that says whatever it is, then maybe that's good. But to put have a card that is going to be used once, probably every 5 years, is a total waste of resource. It's not something I would talk about either. The cleansing of the voters list is something I think we all agree on because it looked like it is bloated. There are a number of persons who are dead, that's on it. But at no point in time, we as Dominicans should do anything or encourage anybody to remove persons from that voters list. I can tell you of relatives that I have that, well, one in particular who knows Dominica more than me or knows what's happening in Dominica more than me is suffering from this dialysis stuff and cannot come to Dominica very often. But a few weeks ago, there was an incident happening outside Purple Turtle where I live. And, you know, he was calling me and saying, but look, there's a shooting out there. You know, I said, but outside, but what are you talking about? You know, and he's telling me, step outside, you know, there is some activity. I'm saying that to allude to the fact that there are some persons who are overseas and be it because of medical conditions or whatever, cannot be in Dominica as much as they would like to. But they are so in tuned because every other week a box coming in, you know, a money coming in, something happening, you know, and, you know, it's just totally ridiculous. It's total nonsense to think that those persons, because they're not here, we're not thinking of their situation or anything, you know, be it medical, be it what other obligations they have in there. The fact that they cannot be here as often, that they should be removed, that is crazy. That is crazy. And that is one of the things I think we have to be very, very firm about. And whatever it is going to take to make sure that never happens in our country, that we do it as well. There is the thing about campaign financing. And, you know, it's something that I really, really laugh at. Because I see election something like you're applying for a job. You have Dominica as the employer. You have the voters that are the interviewers. You have the political parties that are the applicants. Is no way in life, you know, if we're to, because things need to make sense to me so that I can absorb it and I can really take it in. So you're applying for a job. You're telling me, the employer, that would be Dominica or Dominica Treasury, I must give you money to do your resume. I must give you money to buy your clothes. I must give you money to pay transportation. I must give you money, but that doesn't make sense. That's total nonsense. You know, so the idea of maybe using our scarce resources where we can use our money to do everything else, to give it to the politicians, to that, Sabaka sense, that is nonsense. That has to be garbage. That has to be thrown out, full, you know, let's just not give that much consideration. And this is another of the things that we need to fight tooth and nail, to say that Dominicans, our little money we get in one way or the other, has so many things to do, houses to build, children, you know, sending the money for, you know, our children in university, all kind of stuff that we have it, to take that money and give the politician to go and campaign. That would be a joke. That is really a joke. I cannot be employing you and you come into an interview and you telling me give you money for, so there's something then. So something from well, you know, I mean, and you know, we as Dominicans, we have to be very, very particular with those things. When a lot of the opposition people or whoever comes with this or try to fool us and tell us in America, it's not like that, or in England, not like that, ask them to reference Commonwealth countries to us. Which are those they know that have those fixed dates, you know? If they tell you about America, tell them, okay, your president have a fixed date. Our president have a fixed date too. Just that our president is ceremonial. You know, so those are some of the kind of issues that we really need to and you know, I reckon the presence of the observers here, I really like to think that the understanding we as the Dominican people
what it is that we really want. You know, the majority of us here, you know, we're peaceful, loving people. We understand, you know, there needs to be some reform. Some of the things are maybe antiquated. But we as a people, we've never had what we call bribery in our elections or, you know, I mean, there's no evidence. There's no evidence. And as much as I applaud, you know, the efforts of the Prime Minister, or the cabinet, you know, the government, in terms of trying to reform and do all that type of stuff, a lot of those things not necessary. We've been doing good all those years, you know. And, you know, finally, I just want to say, you know, me personally, I just want what is best for Dominica. You see all the rah-rah, like they're planning for tomorrow and that kind of thing, the opposition people think, you know, that doesn't help anything. What it is, you know, you said you wanted reform. We're trying our best. We're doing everything possible. Look, we're in all kind of consultations. We've paid money, you know. Then you want to go and fight. You know, things doesn't make sense, you know. You know, for me personally, and I know most Dominicans, most of us here and all of, we just want peace. We just want to develop this country. We want to live in harmony, you know. I, for one, you know, it's like a lot of other people I know, you know, they leave and they went to America or whatever. I did the reverse, you know, because I'm American. I in Dominica, you know, and it's here I want to live. Here I want to, you know, be able to be comfortable and see everybody happy, all right? So let us really, you know, on some of those points, you know, I just want to, the thing of our campaign financing, that is nonsense. We cannot really be doing the interview and then, you know, we have to give you money to pay all your thing. That is one. We talk about the campaign financing. We talk about the the cleaning of the voters list, and then the ID. You know, those are things I don't think we need to give much consideration to. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Etienne. And I do not want us to worry about repetition because we are really here to express our views. So we really don't mind that some of you share the same views. We have another Etienne at the back who would like to speak to us, and then we'll come to the young lady at the back. We've not heard a lady in a while. Etienne number 2.
Yeah, good night, everyone. I want to say good night to the Honorable Prime Minister and the other members of Cabinet and the observers. I just wanted to observe one thing, where we are. We are not at Ross University. We are America, Canada, School of Medicine. The place they said I was pie in the sky. Election gimmick, that would never happen. We are here right now. These are the things I wanted to observe when you come to Dominica. The great work that the Prime Minister and the Dominican Labour Party has been doing, the government has been doing, that I wanted to observe. All right, because that electoral reform, that to me, that is just total. Put that in the garbage. Put that in the garbage, because we're not going back there. We're there already. For years now, we're doing that. Now we're there. All right? This man, Honorable Robert Skerritt, and the Dominican Labour Party have been doing a lot for Dominica. Dominica came independent in 1978. I was born in 1976. All right? From 7 prime ministers before this one man there. All right? And look at the condition Dominica was before Maria and where Dominica is today. 7 prime ministers before could not bring Dominica where it is today. One man did it. One man did it. After Hurricane Maria, everybody said Dominica finish. So if Dominica finish, which means we go back to 0. From 0 to here right now. All right, we don't need no cat to come and tell me I can vote and I can't vote. I've been doing that long time. all right? And that thing about dead people voting, come on, come on. So if I go pay bush, I take off my election day, I strip off my vehicle, take off all the red flag, take off my red shirt, put my white shirt on me, and I go by the school, and I meet Nadine Paul, and I meet, Kira, help me. I meet Eldalin, I meet Calista, and they pull up there, and I walk in, and I say, come and vote. As Gags, Edgar, that died how long ago? They're going to tell me, okay, vote, I'm Edgar. Like, seriously? Will you find that making sense? And people who believe in that, anybody that believes that people vote in Dominica, they need some lick of Mao Pima. They need some lick of Mao Pima to come and tell me that people voted in Dominica. Come on, man. And that thing of giving parties money to go on campaign. My brother, work for your own money. Go and look for your money if you want to campaign. You say you man, show you man. Jack, money do win elections. Presently today, money win elections. Because I ain't going to vote nobody that cannot give me a hospital. I'm not going to vote nobody that can't fix my road. Money win election. During the Rosie time, well, Rosie used to come and talk to young people because I always say during my campaign, the first person that make me the ice cream was Rosie Douglas, you know. The first people that bring me cabrits was Rosie. See what cabrits be. First man that bring me cabrits was Rosie Douglas. He will come at your home. If a man come at your home and he sit down, you offer him food, you give him food. You give him food, he eat. After he finish, he have a grain of peas and he tell you want that catapult to go and kill a bird. Because he can't believe you cook a pizza a pizza so hard. After he finish it and he still laughing at you. What can you have a man like that? You don't have to love that man. That's what the man did. He used to take everybody on the quet and bring them all over. And then go along and eat ice cream. I don't even sure he was paying for it because they play self. I don't even know. So he didn't need money. All right? The only election I knew and I can see from my time that was told in Dominica was 1990. When Eugenia Charles changed Paybush constituency and put Portsmouth with Dodan and put Kalibishi with Paybush to give her the upper hand so Rosie could lose the election. That is the only election I see in Dominica that was not fair. All right? Apart from that, every election in Dominica was fair. All right? United Workers' Party not vexed about bringing young people to vote, you know. They mad about the Dominican Labour Party beat them to it because we bring more people to vote. And that is it. So you're not vexed, not the one they don't want it, you're just vexed. They cannot keep up. You cannot want to tell me after a general election, 5 years you pull up on a radio trying to catch the Prime Minister dirty. 5 years, instead of going to build up, go back, build, find some money, talk to people, let people know, partner with you. You stand up and sit down wasting time on a radio station. Whole night, one man is the topic. Rubens Carrot corrupt. Huh? And you want to tell me election time the state have to give you money to go and run campaign? My brother, you mad, man. Back we go in, man. Make the mass. It doesn't mass. It really doesn't mass. All right? So I'm saying all that to tell you that we are in good hands and we never stole the election. We took our time, we analyzed, we see who is the best leader, and we went out to vote. This is what I want you to observe when you come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Etienne. There's a young lady at the back. I'll recognize the mayor next, and then Mr. Simeon Albert.
Good evening, everyone. Protocol has been established. Carol Baron. It's indeed a pleasure to be here this evening. I actually came from work all the way to Scottshead and drove to reach here because I really wanted to be part. I didn't want to be part of Scottshead. I wanted to be part of Portsmouth because that's the area that I live. And sometimes I try to comprehend how on earth can someone, I mean, we're going to always repeat ourselves, but how on earth can someone say to me, in the constituency that I live, in the cottage constituency, that let's say, for example, Louis Barron, who is dead, can walk in when you have people that actually know everybody in that area can vote. Not even like my 7-year-old comprehend that. So I don't even know why we would, as adults who are so educated, would even continue repeating such nonsense. It's nonsense to me. When it comes to campaign financing and monies, I have tried, like I have a group, which is an elderly group, and I have learned in organizing my group. If, for example, some organization out of Dominica want to give me $10,000, and I don't want anybody to ask me, well, you have $10,000 and you can only use $5,000, and we will do this with the other $5,000. I had to register my group as a non-profitable organization in order for this to happen. You have to go through all the protocols. And I'm trying to understand as a private entity, I had to do all that just so that someone don't have to scrutinize, you know, like let's say monies or Pampers or whatever I would have received. And you're saying to me like a government who runs a country, somebody should tell them that if the airport costs $30 million, they should not accept $30 million, but accept $20 million because the government have no right to have such amount of money. It's ridiculous. I am really, really glad to see a lot of young people. I am really glad. I mean, it means that we understand, or we are understanding that telling me that I am not able, or let's say for example, my daughters who lives overseas are not able to come to Dominica to vote when that day is called, for me is ridiculous. And like Mr. Shem, I will fight for my rights. Honestly, I will fight for that. I have a big mouth, I can fight for that. Honestly. There was one thing that was on my mind, and I think it has gone, but I would really like to say thumbs up to the government of Dominica, thumbs up to the Prime Minister for allowing us to be able to speak, because I felt at one time that election forum stuff was only, I felt it would have only be for people of high repute, and I would have never got the opportunity to sit in such forum. So I feel privileged to be here, and I thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barron. Let's hear from Ms. Brady.
Good evening to everybody, Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet parliamentarians, AG, CAPSEC, and to everyone gathered here tonight. I'll be quite short, but I just wanted to lend my hand in support of the modernization of this electoral process here in Dominica. But there are some disagreements and some recommendations I would like to share. I believe all Dominicans are entitled to vote. It's our democratic right. Regardless of where we live, regardless of where we are born Dominicans, we are Dominicans, and nobody should infringe on that democracy. Nobody should infringe that we should not be able to vote. Nobody shouldn't tell my mother, who is in St. Croix, that she cannot come down and vote. That is her right. She's a Dominican. She contributes to our economy. We look to our diaspora and friends for support. You know, they have investments here, they have their savings here, they generate, they assist in our economic contributions here in the country. So why should they be deprived of voting? And we must stand and ensure that that is not done. We have to stand in support that every Dominican, regardless of where they are and who they are, once they are sound in mind, they are 18 years old, and they are registered, that they should be entitled to vote. In terms of the campaign financing, Honorable Prime Minister, we have a saying in Portsmouth, if you freight powder, don't play mass. And if you want to run the elections, you should know where, if you want to contest for the elections, you should know where your money is coming out. We see every day that these people use their mouth to degrade our country and to say bad things about the Prime Minister and to bring down the country. They should use that mouth to find their finances. I don't see no reason why the state should be providing any money to any political party for campaigning when we have so much to be done in our country. We've come from many disasters, COVID, economic challenges now. We have much work to do, and the money that we have in the country should be used for these developments and not to finance any political party to run elections. So they have to finance their money, and you cannot tell me that if I have $1 million that I should limit my campaign for you because you don't have it. I run my campaign the way that I choose. I know what works for my party. So then you have to figure out what works for you and find your money to do what you have to do. In terms of removing people from the list, dead persons, we know for a fact that dead people are not voting. Okay, they're talking about it. It can be easily done. A recommendation, we create a linkage between the registry and the electoral office. The councils register the deaf in various areas in the country. Then we go to the registry to register the final registration. A linkage, a monthly report. This amount of people is dead, and you send that report to the electoral office, and they just omit the names from the list so that by the time elections come, we 80–90% sure that most persons who have died already is removed from the list, and we shut them up in that regard because we know it's nonsense, but it's something that can be easily taken care of. One of the areas I think we should be focusing is on increasing voting, registration of voters in our country. We need to see more and more people voting. And one of the challenges, I think, many of the persons who does the registrations are employed people. So normally you see that the registration takes place after 4. We have several council offices throughout Dominica. Let's get persons trained in these offices and ensure that we can have registration done in our offices 8 to 4, Monday to Friday, so we can have more registration done and we can see more people coming out to vote. And whenever the Prime Minister decides that is election, we don't have to be running. We know that our persons are registered and we're ready. We are always ready, but we're more ready again. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I want to commend you and the Dominica Labour Party on this venture. They've been asking for it. No, we're giving it to them. They're still fighting. They don't know what they want. But we're going to go ahead and do our share and do the modernization. And the people, as you can see, are in full support of what you're doing. And we will continue to support and to work with you to ensure that Dominica moves forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brady Prince, for those recommendations and your feedback. Mr. Simeon Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And let me say a special good evening to Portsmouth and to our Prime Minister and to the observers who are present here with us tonight. Someone asked me when I was traveling here, what am I doing in Portsmouth? I live Kenfield and I'm all the way in Portsmouth. I say, well, we don't discriminate. We encourage our citizens wherever they are to come together to participate and to contribute towards the discussion and towards the development of our country. Now, I want to put myself on record as representing the many people who, over the past 20 years, have been participating both locally and internationally towards the many discussions. I should introduce myself as a businessman and also as a talk show host. Many of you would hear my voice on the radio, and particularly I like dealing with issues of politics, and I always deal with that on a weekly basis. Now, I followed the consultation from since the conception of it, and we have been talking on the issue of electoral reform for a number of years now. I want to emphasize that a lot of people who are citizens of Dominica, who for some reason work abroad and have to be abroad, have said that they are totally against people removing their names on the list and attempting to disenfranchise them from having to vote where election is concerned. And so I would hope that in this reform, that the issue of citizens of Dominica, that there can be no question, like everyone else have said, that they should be afforded equal right as a citizen of Dominica to vote. This idea that there should be a virtual constituency and external constituency, I mean, how are you trying to tell a person who was born in Portsmouth, their mother, their father is there, their grandparents were buried there, that's where they know as their home. Many people have their properties. I was chairman of Kenfield Urban Council for 15 years. Most of the properties you see in Kenfield are not owned by people who are resident. Most of them, sometimes they travel, but they own their properties. They pay their council taxes. They lease their properties. How do you tell these people who come down to Dominica annually on so many occasions that they should not have a right to vote? So these people are expressing their views and saying that when it comes to that, they believe that, and I fully support, that this issue of 5 years, it's about time we get this off the record. This issue of setting up a aggregate of 50 to 90 days for a citizen to be on the island in order to have a right to vote is something that we should totally, remove from the bill and not present that hurdle on our citizens. Every move we make in this reform should be to make it easier for our citizens to be able to vote and not more difficult. Now, on the issue of, Mr. Linton said in the consultation in Roseau that we should be in reform, and I'm quoting his words, we should be in reform to remove persons' names from the list who are not ordinary resident in Dominica. Names should be removed. That is the reason why the UWP is in reform. Not because they have any other concern, but they believe that we should be in reform today to remove, instead of encouraging people to vote, they are on a campaign, and they have been on that campaign for a number of years now, attempting to seek to deny citizens. And many of you will recall what happened back in 2019, when one day before election there was a serious protests going on in the country, blocking of roads, burning of fire, trying to deny citizens who are coming home to come home and vote. All of these activities was going on in the country. And interestingly, we had the observers who was on the island, and I'm happy that they are here tonight with us, because they too gave their expression of what they saw from the citizens of this country after the election. And I would like to quote something that they said. You had the Commonwealth observers who said on election day, our observers reported a peaceful and well-managed general election. They went on to say that voters were free to express their franchise. Voters turned out early and in ordinary fashion. They went on to say, in concluding, it is our considered view that the result reflected the views of the citizens of country, the collective will of the people who voted, and that the December 6th election was conducted in accordance with the laws of Dominica. That was the Commonwealth observers who oversaw the election after a vicious move by the UWP to try to deny citizens from voting. We also had the CARICOM observers. They said that the assessment of the election activities by the mission is that voters were able to cast their ballots without intimidation or fear. So where is the problem in our election? They went on to say further, and that the result of the 6th of December 2019 election reflected the will of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. So they didn't find any problem with the election when they did the observations. We also had the OAS. As you know, there was a battle during that time with the OAS and what they were thinking. And representation had to be made by Honorable Vincent Denson and Honorable Francine Barron at the time. And the OAS sat and they said to the people after the election and to us as citizens that we are here to tell you that we observe that the election process and that we are satisfied that on election day, the people voted, their votes reflect the will of the people who voted. So, by saying that the observers were there, now I've called 3 of them, we look at cricket every day. When the umpire say out, they call for the third man, because there is somebody sitting watching. And if the third man don't catch it right, they go to the camera and they replay. But they conclude that the man is out. And you have to accept that you don't go mashing up the wicket, mashing up the bat and playing bad on the field and want to stop the game. So you have an opposition who failed to accept that they lost the election. And by virtue of that, they continue to propagate a lie. And my friend Clarence Christian spoke about it. Today I was looking at the news. So many indictments against Donald Trump for having propagated a lie, led the people to believe in a lie that took lives of citizens. That lie have destroyed private and public properties in Dominica. I spent 10 hours in a studio simply because of that lie. Couldn't go to my home because of fear that I would be injured on my way to Kenfield. And I had to spend from 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning when it was safe so that I could go at my home. This is what the fear that these guys have led people to believe in this country that have caused so much damage. And so, therefore, there is no need to deny citizens. We should disband these 5 years altogether, and we should remove all of this. We should not make it more difficult for them. And therefore, we should remove these 50 to 90 days aggregate and allow citizens to be free, because that's what we are promoting. We sign many treaties within the region to allow for our citizens to move freely within the islands so that they can go and work, they can find better life. They come to Dominica too, they do the very same. And so we should not deny them. Our CARICOM nationals have the right to vote. Why should we deny our citizens the right to vote who are born here in Dominica? So we must stand up and fight for them, those of us who are here. On the issue of dead people, every time I hear that thing about dead people, I shake my head. Because people die every day. I have gone to the statistics and asked them to look at the results of how many people die in every year. Before COVID, we had almost 500 and plus people dying every year. COVID made us realize it, because all we were doing after COVID was who die. We're looking for the news next day. So we're recognizing it more, and it is published more on social media. But people die every day. And so the issue of cleansing the list where people die is a continuous process. And even we do this reform now, it's not going to change the fact that immediately after the reform is done, that there will be people's name who we will have to take out on the list. So I don't think that's an issue. It's an issue of managing it, and political parties and all those interested parties have been engaging in the very same process. Now, on the issue of voter ID card, Mr. Byron, when I went through his report, said that, and I want to quote him on page 24 of his report. He said, although I am still of the view that fingerprinting is a viable biometric in this context, I also appreciate the facial recognition is an effective biometric tool to be used to verify a person's identity. He went on to say that the draft legislation contains provisions for facial images to be taken as part of the registration process. The question he asked is whether a facial image as the primary biometric would be sufficient to provide certainty or identify in all cases, or whether the biometric should be only one element of the biometric data needed for this purpose. And then he went on to say that the system would have the capability to capture and manage facial images. What does that tell us? That if you go into reconfirm, re-register, and they take your photograph, your date of birth, why is there a need for another card? When we are now asking about a national ID card and a multi-purpose card. I traveled to St. Lucia on my passport, on my driver's license, on my social security card. They do not question me when I get to St. Lucia, why are you traveling on this document? They identify me. They look at me and they look at the picture and they say, well, that is you. And I go freely. So why in Dominica we want to make it so difficult for people to be able to identify themselves simply by having a biometric photograph being taken. This issue of fingerprint is something that people are very suspicious of. And if we were to implement that, we would deny a number of Dominicans from participating in the election, simply because they don't want their fingerprint taken. So we must make it easy and to encourage people to be registered and to be able to vote. So I'm totally against this issue of fingerprinting. I am prepared to support Sebayon on this one, that in his view, that the facial, biometric, your photograph is sufficient to ID you. And on the mere fact that they will be taking it when we are going to reconfirm and for new persons who are going to be registered, I believe that this is sufficient enough for us to be able to cast our vote. Because if you miss your driver's license in your wallet, you should have your social security card. And if you happen to forget your passport, then you have got no reason why you shouldn't have an ID, because you have free options. And I think the legislation should be designed in such a way to include all three of the above. And they actually conducted a survey as to persons who would lose their ID. And I have to say it's interesting, the results. Persons whose ID card is lost, they went on to say, or destroyed based on his satisfaction that the person has a valid passport or the government issued ID. So they were asking the people what would be their preferred form of ID in such an event. And what's interesting in the results is that the people who strongly agreed for a government ID was 368 people in terms of the number of persons that they polled at the time. And the free high score was the government ID, 368, the issued passport, which 324, and social security card, which is 329. So it obviously tells me that our citizens have no difficulty with that form of ID. And why should we put this state under any further expense just to ID us when we have that means that can be identified? So I do hope that the Electoral Commission and the government will take into consideration the fact that this is sufficient. I don't want to go and do no ID. My free ID working for me internationally. I expect it to work for me locally. And I would suggest that we recommend what Sir Byron has said in the report in relation to this. Now, in regard to campaign finance, I mean, you know, people realize that Labour Party is a very powerful political organization and has strong support, not just locally, but internationally. And that strong support is because people are highly satisfied with the leadership of the country, with the work that is being done to take Dominica to the next level. And hence the reason why so many of our people are so passionate about coming in to vote whenever election is called. They just want to know when the date is to find themselves down here. And some of them have expressed themselves on the radio to me and said they will come in whether it's a people they have to take, but they want to be there on election day because that is their constitutional right. And I don't think that by any chance we should ever allow anybody to take this away from them. So fingerprinting, no way. Facial ID, we fully support that. Now, on this issue of election campaign, as I was saying, why should the government have to poll its politicians during a campaign? I read this thing. I was surprised to see the requirement that is in the bill that is being presented. This thing is worse than the Integrity Commission. The demand it makes, I wouldn't want to be a politician to go under that. To me, that is to discourage people to even come and represent their country. Just like how sometimes you find it very difficult to get chairmen to represent on certain boards and certain institutions because why? They have to declare their asset, that of their children, that of their family, their mother, for simple little money. People don't want to do it. So it makes it more difficult to get people to contribute towards the country's development because of all of these requirements. And when I look at the issue of policing this thing, who's going to police that? How are they going to police it? This is just going to be another punching bag, if created, for the opposition. Because they will say who the Labour Party put there, who this one put there, and obviously it will be another political football. So our small island Dominica is not ready for that kind of legislation that I see there. I can understand the United States, they have over 300 million people, but we're under 100,000. So I think that we need to shelve that. Maybe the future generation can consider it, but our generation, that's not for us at this point in time. All political parties have means of raising their money. We know that. It has been reported to us. Sam Raphael told us how well UWP was raising their money. We also had the Al Jazeera report who told us how well they're raising their money. So why is there an issue of asking the state or asking the citizens to bear any other burden for them when they have their means of raising their money? So my view is that this issue of campaign finance, we should remove this thing and not present that at this time, because to police that will mean that the state now have to budget for that. So you have to budget for ID cards, you have to budget for a commission to man this issue, and the demand is humongous on the people. Plus, they will publish the names of persons who make country. We want them to be published. You know, people like their privacy. And the commission would have the right to publish your name if you give a certain contribution of a certain amount to the political party. So I think when I look at this day on this basis, I want to say straight up the bat that this is one of the bills that should never be considered at this point in time, and that we should move forward with the recommendation, because there was not much in terms of what was being demanded by the opposition. It's only about denying our citizens of Dominica their God-given right, which is to be able to cast their votes at the general election. On the issue of the CCJ, I heard Mr. James today, who was at the consultation yesterday, expressing, oh, the CCJ said this, the CCJ said that. And it's a matter of trying to bring to perfection their lie that they have propagated for so many years, that they made their pleading before the CCJ, you know. And one judge chose to say, if true, you know, if what they say is true, then it is of grave concern. The judge did not know if what they said was true. But because they keep pleading it and making the same noise over and over, he finally said, if that is true, then that is of grave concern. Well, the fact is, it is not true that there was any voter fraud or treating or bribery or any of the things that they continuously claim. And the result of the Commonwealth observers, the CARICOM observers, the OAS, who all reported after the elections that they have observed in Dominica, help us to better understand as citizens that the election process in Dominica is well managed and is always above law. And there is no need for us as citizens to be wary. So I want to place on record today that we are here not because there is a problem with our election system, but because our Prime Minister have decided that to allow for further consultation, because Labour Party could have gone to the Parliament and passed this bill many years ago. But the opposition was creating a war, and in the good discretion of Dr. Skerrit, has decided that let's have further discussion on it. And I appreciate that, and I applaud him for that, because I have listened carefully to the contributions of many of our citizens, and I am pleased to know that they all, you know, are giving their input and encouraging that we move in the direction that will assist our citizens in making the right decision. On the issue of whether the Prime Minister should last for 2 terms or it's foolishness. You want to set a date for something that already have a date? We know every 5 years is election. We don't need a date again. You know every 5 years is election. That has been custom for centuries. Since I was born, I learned that, and up to today I'm still learning that. So why should now there be you know, you have to put a bar on how long a person can stay in office to call election. Election is on the discretion of the Prime Minister. It has always been so. And if for some reason things not working how the government's supposed to work and the Prime Minister feels that he wants to go back to the poll, it's his choice. He goes back to that's happening all over the world. Britain changed how many Prime Ministers in a little short time? In 45 days, bam, bam, they're changing because that's their choice. You know, and so to come and put a time limit on when a prime minister should call election or call election, I don't see no need for that because, as I said, the 5 years has already been set and we're accustomed to it, and I do believe, you know, we should continue with that. And this idea of the bloated list is foolishness. You know, there was a good friend of mine in Kenfield who actually looked at all of the elections, and I was trying to find it this evening there. All of the elections held, going back into the days, and what they found was that the percentage of persons who come in to cast their vote versus the number of persons registered was always around the same limit, and not that it was always 30,000 people registered and 30,000 people voted. It was always around the same percentage, and that remained the same even today. So, you know, we have to accept that we have citizens who are not all living in Dominica. And Rosie Douglas said that this Labour Party cannot, the people in Dominica cannot develop Dominica on their own. And that we need our citizens, both here and abroad, to help with the development of Dominica. And by that he said that this Dominica Labour Party will afford a chance to all of our citizens to participate and vote in our election. And we must continue to maintain that as Labour rights and ensure that we do not let the minority determine what the future of this country should be. I want to end by saying that I commend the observers for being here with us. And I do hope, like they have observed within our elections, that it has always been free and it has always been fair, and that there is no need for us to have reform only, and this is the president of the UWP, only with the intention of removing persons' names on the list who has a right to be on the list. I think that this is foolishness. We are advancing, and we should not decrease right now. Now is time to move forward, not time to go backward. And I fully support this move by the government to have this consultation and to ensure that we do it in a manner that will respect each other's views. But at the end of the day, let common sense prevail. Whatever we do, it must make things easier at all times for our citizens to vote. Get rid of that fingerprinting. Nobody wants that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will make my contribution on the radio where I have a chance to hear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. I believe we only have one more contributor. Okay, we'll take our final round. So we have Ms. Paul and Ms. we have two Ms. Pauls who would like to speak. Did we have anyone else? These are the only two. Okay, we'll take the three more. Ms. Rosalind Paul and then Ms. Caesarina Paul, and we'll have one more. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and let me say good night to all of you here, including our observers, the Prime Minister and Cabinet. What we are doing here is so very important, the consultation. I think we were making a mistake when we decided to go to Parliament some time ago, because what would be happening, or whatever changes we would be making, whatever legislation we would be putting in place, I do not think it would reflect the true voices and intention of the majority of the people. So the consultation that we're having now is very timely and needed, and it prevented us from making a grave mistake, what I think would be a grave mistake. Because what we are discussing here is really speaking to the rights of people. The rights of people. We cannot overemphasize that it is. People fought to vote. So we should be fighting to facilitate the voting process for all of us who have a right to vote. And in this era of modern technology, we should be using modern technology to facilitate people voting from wherever they are, once they are Dominicans. As Dominicans, we contribute to the development. It has been said in many ways that we contribute to the development of the country. And when you speak about people's rights, we must think of equity. Case in point, if we say that Dominicans should be here over a 5-year period for at least 50 to 90 days, we are already probably barring the people who only have 2 weeks holiday annually. We are, or we may be barring the people who cannot afford to buy a ticket to come to Dominica for some reason. We may be barring people if for certain health circumstances they cannot be here, yet they contribute to the country. So I am thinking and I'm believing and I'm reflecting the position of so many people that we should not just remove people from the voters list. And even doing the re-registration and confirmation process, this is going to be very tedious. It is going to be very expensive. It is going to be very intensive to go. And all over the world, we have Dominicans everywhere to do this reconfirmation, re-registration process. Maybe it can be done, but it is going to be very challenging. So why should I be removed from a voters list and now I have to come back and re-register or confirm that? So I am not for that. I am for perhaps having a national ID card, because we keep saying about passport and driver's license, but not everyone may have that. But not everyone may have a passport, not everyone may have a social security card, not everyone may have a driver's license. However, if we are going to spend money, we should go for a national ID card that you can use throughout the 5 years, that you do not have to use once every 5 years. And possibility of, as we get older, we may misplace this card, and we have other forms of ID. So I am for the national ID card, but I'm also for alternative IDs if you come to vote and you cannot find that card. So these are some of the points that I want to make, and to just probably support the fact that we should not disenfranchise people. And what we're getting from all of those consultations is that we should refrain from just removing people from the voters list. The removal of dead people is a continuous process, and I think things are already in place to ensure this is done. We can strengthen that and to make sure that dead people are removed. But that's what I would support in terms of cleansing of the list.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paul. We appreciate your contribution. Ms. Paul, again.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Honorable Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, and also the observers, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm very happy for this opportunity to just share my own thoughts on this process of electoral reform, or electoral modernization, as we've been using as well. I want to first of all state that there seems to be clearly a level of distrust existing within the whole electoral process, distrust in various pockets of our society, and clearly that's probably what brought us to this point tonight. Whether it is valid, whether it is not, I don't have the empirical evidence, but what I do know is it's existing. And so I'm happy that we have come to this point where people can express their thoughts, their ideas on the whole fact that all of us have been endowed with the right to vote, and we want to ensure that when it's done properly, that everybody will be happy, hopefully, at the end. Or if not happy, but hopefully everybody will get to the point of accepting, okay, my party didn't win, and I concede. I think the fact that we've not had that experience of people conceding as post an election has also caused a level of distrust in our society. And we have seen where post-election, campaign almost continues within the society. Is it healthy? We might say yes, because we are a political people. Everybody should be concerned about the politics, but we can also say to some extent that it has a level of not so good an impact, you could say, on the society, in that it really sets us apart. It divides us tremendously. I think young people need to have more faith in and confidence in our electoral process, and I am concerned that, again, the Commonwealth values, we are the Commonwealth. People even use it derogatory, if you ask me, or maybe in a funny term, oh, in the Commonwealth, as if it is negative. But we use the term Commonwealth of Dominica, and the Commonwealth, being called the Commonwealth of Dominica and being part of the Commonwealth as well, gives us the responsibility to embrace certain values, Commonwealth values, things like consensus, things like democracy, things like respect for diversity. And I'm afraid that if we do not get this particular process correct, then we will continue to probably have a society that might be losing in speed those values. And it's not just within political realm, but within other social realms as well. We can see it, where our young people may choose to end a quarrel by ending the life of the next person, rather than finding a way to talk about it, find a solution, and let us prevent the actual cutoff of a person's life. So this is what I'm talking about when I say that it can be perpetuated in the broader society that within which we live. So we must ensure that we never lose the joy and freedom of exercising our franchise. And I'm speaking here not just for Caesarina, but for every Dominican. I am concerned when I hear things like, if a person does not vote for 2 consecutive elections, that their names should be wiped out of the voters list. I think this is crazy. I think this is very unfair, and I don't think it is right. I think we must respect that a person has a choice whether he or she decides to go to the polls or not. What it does, however, is it places a greater responsibility on every politician, on every person, on every party, every politician who offers himself or herself to serve the society, to serve the constituency, to give the person a reason to want to go to the poll to put a vote in for him or her. I think it's important that we respect that right of the person. I don't feel that I want to go and vote because ABC. And then we have a responsibility as well to educate, and I'm happy that many young people are here, young people about the value of the vote. How comes we got to vote in the first place? And women especially, franchise, exercising our franchise, female suffrage, that was fought for, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, we must never allow anyone to deprive us of that right. It was fought for by many people. There were people, women in the world, different parts of the world, and even here, who could not vote long ago. And now we have that right. And I do not think in any part of the world that anyone should be deprived of that right. No woman, no man. But tonight I'm speaking for the ladies because, hey, so you get the point. But the point I'm making is, truly, we should not think about striking somebody's name off the list because they chose not to vote. I think we must give them reasons to vote. We must educate them on the value of the vote, where it came from, why we should vote, and how much your vote is so important. Because that one vote can determine the government. That one vote can determine whether he or she becomes your parliamentary representative or not. That one vote gives you a voice that you can speak in the public or about matters that affect you in society. Now, when you don't vote, how you want to talk? All right, so I want to also mention that we are becoming more diverse as a society. And I'm saying that because I remember post-Hurricane Maria, right here at Portsmouth, being a part of the Disaster Management Committee, we had a situation where we had to quickly run a register of individuals within the entire town. It was a massive undertaking. We had to segment ourselves and go to various areas and get the names of people. And we found that there were many people who are not born Dominicans, who are not Dominicans, but they resided in our communities, and some of us didn't even know them. And so let us not take it for granted that we know everybody. I've heard it. Typically, we're a small place. We know everybody, but we don't. Don't tell me that you have not seen a strange guy or lady walking in the community and say, hey, who is that one? Hey, where they from? I don't know that person. Let us bear that in mind. And so I'm saying I don't know what's the best one, but we do need some level of identification in going to the polls so that somebody can say, this is Caesarina, this is that person, and guaranteed that person can vote once. So we have to fix it and ensure that we don't take it for granted that we know everybody, because we do not know everybody. We might see a strange person and realize, I really did not know that person. So ID is vital. I heard a suggestion last evening from someone that said that it should be mandatory for the media, some media houses, to allow people or parties to have access, I think it's specifically to radio stations. I want to personally say that I think if a person has a private entity, that they have a right to choose whether they want to allow A, B, C, or D party to access their radio station. What do we do with the Voice of Life, the Catholic, Dominica Catholic radio station, and these radio stations? Are we going to say to them too that you must allow X party to come and do a campaign stuff on your radio station? Is it going in accordance with their value system? Is it going in accordance with what it is they believe? Are we trying to now tread upon the belief of people and their value? We cannot always control what other people might say on a platform, and what someone might say may not necessarily give or be in accordance with or complement then what these people may believe. And so I think it's very important that we respect the rights of a private entity and do not tread upon that in any way, shape, or form. And besides, we have technology. It is on our sides. Last evening, I listened to the president of the National Youth Council. He spoke quite eloquently about e-governance and all the various things that can be put in place for people to utilize the technology that exists in order to promote the messages. So let us utilize them and respect the fact that there are some private entities and we should not tread upon their grounds. That's my personal point of view on that. So finally, because I know it's pretty late and people have to go far, I want to say, I think I said everything that I possibly wanted to say tonight, except I will reiterate the importance of respecting the vote of each person. I do not think people's names should be removed from the voters list, except if they are dead. That's the only time I think someone's name should be removed from the list. A person's right to vote must never be tampered with. That's my view. I don't think it's right. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and I pray that this process will create a greater level of trust in our society, not just for this phase, but especially post-election, that we will have a warmer, so to speak, society where we can all band together and be happy as a people and not be so divided and bitter post-election as if we become enemies. It's not healthy. We need a better environment as it relates to politics in Dominica. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paul, for this perspective. So we only have 2 more speakers. We do realize that it is late, and so there's a gentleman in the middle here.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be very brief because it's getting late. But I think this is what I call democracy. You know, when persons come, everybody can be given a chance to participate in a process like that. This is very important. But I have a very serious concern. I think it carries some legal implication. I'll say that because we have to be very careful when we're going about removing persons on the list. I'll tell you what happened recently, just before an election. and that person was denied being able to vote. Now, two people existed in the same community, in the same constituency, same name, same surname. One person requested transfer. The other person did not. Now, the two names were affected. So one name was just deleted from the list. And this is very serious. So that's why I wanted to bring that to the fore. So I'm saying that again, that's why I listened to Mr. Joseph Label, and I think, although I don't support voter ID card as a mandatory card, I would support it as an additional or support identification card. Not mandatory because it will deprive some people from voting. So I was saying, really, we really need to be guided accordingly into that process. Just briefly. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief contribution. I believe there was one young lady at the back with a cap. I'm not sure if you still want to speak, so you will be our final speaker.
Okay, good night, everybody. Very short. One of my points is I do not feel, I am Sharita Libla, Collier constituency. I do not feel campaign finance legislation makes no sense for Dominica. I do not agree that the Treasury should give any political party or candidates money for elections. I do not know, as a young person, when we got to this point, but it's some I'm disappointed that I used to know that before, after an election is called, we build, we move on, and we build Dominica. Now, it's like politics every day, a fight every day. At this point, I don't understand what's going on as a young person. Like, how do we, my belief is opposition should come together and work to build our country. But it's a fight, and now I feel everything that is arising is because it's destruction for Dominica. Like, when did we get to this point? And I feel my other point is, I do not think we should prevent anybody living overseas from voting. My family all live overseas. Love election time. My aunts were nurses in Dominica and had to move when workers was in party. So all you telling me today, they are nurses paying their nurses license in Dominica, paying their loans in Dominica, build their homes in Dominica, and when election time come, they can't vote. And at this point, I feeling like, if my family can't vote, I can't vote. Do not take our freedom from us. I feel this is what is being done. Do not take our freedom as Dominicans from us. Our families do everything here. They come in once, 2, 3 times a year. They come, they party, they go back. Do not allow that to happen to us. Me, as a young person, I'll be very disappointed. And I fully agree to a national ID card, but not a voter's ID card. I am not for it.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's very good to get the perspective of the young people. So let me take this opportunity to thank every one of you who participated this evening in our first community consultation tonight. We had a very impressive showing from the north. You should give yourselves a round of applause. And I do want to thank you for your patience. I know that some of you have come from as far as Paybush, and some of you from as far as Capuchin and Colliho, and it's very late. But you have stayed here and you have shared your feedback, and you have shared with us. So we want to also thank the American Canadian School of Medicine for allowing us to utilize this excellent venue for this consultation. And tomorrow night, we take the consultation to Cassie Bruce at the Regional Disaster Shelter from 6 p.m. And on Thursday, we will be in Wesley at the Northeast Comprehensive School, also from 6 p.m. I also finally would like to thank those who follow these consultations via the radio, online. A number of people have made a reference to previous sessions, which means people are very engaged. And for that to happen, I really want to thank the media team who is with us. They are here every night, and we are streaming live on the radio, on Facebook, on YouTube, and they're doing an excellent job. And all of the teams, everyone who is here and who participated in this consultation, we want to say thank you to you, of course to the Honorable Prime Minister and the members of Cabinet who have been with us from the beginning, and the AG for the excellent presentation. So thank you very much. We do have some light refreshments for you in the dining room. I know that some of you would like to have some refreshments before you go home. So on your way out, you can have something to eat. Thank you very much to everyone, and please get home safely.